Alright folks, how you doing? This is Nitehawk, Revolution Radio. I got some few news roll things, not much today, and then I'm going to go into some survival and prep skills, not only just for us country folks out here in the woods, but urban survival ideas and skills, how to field dress large game, how to make stone tools and knives, etc., like all that kind of stuff. Some stuff I'm going to feature from Bexar Prepper on some basic canning. You know, when you first get started, you need to practice with high acid stuff so you don't kill yourself. So, without much more ado, let's go. This is from William Mount.
February 2016, we're doing an awful lot of videos, but there's an awful lot going on.
Let's see how long I can last before YouTube splashes me with a freaking CP again.
Today we went to the Columbia Bank computers and they were completely dead. There's apparently some kind of a revaluation where the US dollar is turning into a treasury note. We tried to buy a Wonder Mill tonight. The credit card system was down. This is the new 100. You don't have to look at it. I'm just going to show you. You don't have to focus in because every time we try to refocus, it takes about 10 seconds to refocus. This is the new 100. Notice the heavy strip, the gold inkwell. Notice the fact that Timothy Geithner, Secretary of Treasury, is signed over the Treasurer of the United States. The United States is the corporation, so the Republic has signed over the corporation. The Republic still exists. It's just that anybody who tries to start the Republic is killed by somebody in the White House. These guys are maniacal freaks. The new Obama is kind of stupid, the one with the blacks and nothing on his face. You know, there's absolutely no black spots, and his face is really dark. In fact, if you go to the White House, you can see the difference between the old dead Obama and the new Obama. Now, this is going to seem kind of slow. We have Operation Northern Thunder, where 350,000 troops, 20,000 tanks, 2,450 aircraft, and 460 military helicopters are on the border to destroy Syria. Turkey's also lining up their troops. Turkey's also trying a northern invasion into Russia. They want to take Georgia through the pipeline to blackmail Russia. Either that or they're going to blow it up. So this is going to seem kind of slow. If you want to turn to the map, we're going to orient you. This is Saudi Arabia. The Wahhabs were part of the Khazar Empire, 300 to 900 AD. They claimed to be Jews, were funded from Rome, moved down here, took Riyadh, killed a whole bunch of people like they do. This is the green horse. There are 5 horses of the apocalypse. The green horse is the Muslim horse. They worship the god of war. Now, what's going to happen? The Saudi Arabian troops are massing here to go into Syria. And they plan to go through that little avenue into Syria. It's nothing but rocky sand. Now, Turkey will then respond by coming down here. They're bombing the heck out of northern Syria. And there's going to be a cruise missile put here in one of these cities, and is going to come up through here, up in and around into Moscow on the 2nd of March. Now that's being put here. We actually have the name of the city, Atavan, perhaps Ardahan. It came from Erzurum. There will be several divisions here, and they plan to go into Georgia and take the pipeline and block the pipeline from here from going around. They're going to try to hold Russia blackmail and say you can't get it. Now the U.S. press will say Russia will respond by knocking out the capitals of the countries involved, and then the United States will respond in the media by saying Russia has used nuclear weapons on the capitals of the Arabian cities, and then we have an all-out nuclear war. Now, we discussed this yesterday. Russia, you're going to need to prepare to shoot down 7 squadrons of U.S.-supplied fighters with U.S. pilots. They're going to try to take out the pipeline if they can't take it with ground forces. Armenia, you will lose Yerevan. It will simply disappear off the face of the map. It will just be gone. It'll be a big flat piece of glass. That will be a warning to you to stay out of the war. Prepare hedgehogs. There will be 2 Russian or Turkish submarines here, right about here. Now, if you're in Russia, you know exactly what I'm talking about. right? They will place it here. They will try and knock out your northern ports because this is coming on the summertime and they want all these ports up here knocked out. They don't want anything coming from the north. The war is going to be down here and they're going to push up as far as right around here. Then they're going to hit the mountains and they'll get probably a couple hundred Chechens going, hey, let's kill, we're Muslim, kill for Allah, the God of war. And then the whole thing will die. So you're going to need to prepare several hundred hedgehogs to hit that area north of Murmansk Archangel because they'll be off the shore right about there. Just north of Murmansk, 2 subs of the Turkish Navy are not working. The rest will be deployed. You can use 100 radionics machines to dissolve the hulls of every nuclear armed ship that Turkey has. We did it to a submarine, Thresher. I don't remember the name of it back in the 60s. We actually dissolved the hull by using radionics machines and silver photography, focusing on it. The CIA killed several hundred naval men and officers in a submarine by sinking it. That was a direct attack against the U.S. Navy by a private corporation called the CIA. They should have been blown up at that point, but we got a bunch of girly boys who are not men. They're either demon-possessed or draconians or whatever they are, they're girly boys. We know that if we have Admiral Rickover said in 1980 when Reagan took office, he said if we had 3 AWACS, we could shut down all of Iran's electronics. That was 35 years ago. We can do it from the air with 1 satellite now. A cloaked TRB-3, which is 40 years old. A cloaked X-33 Aurora. We could knock out the entire battlefield with 1 Aurora. But we're not gonna, because we want maximum casualties and death. That's what the United States is about. That's what Lucifer's all about. That's what the meeting of the 2 popes was about, to design this war. If Russia positioned, if you want to go back to the map,
Okay.
if Russia positioned a 100 megaton weapon here, it would knock out the entire 350,000 troops. Wait 3 days. 100 megatons about here, it would knock out all of the electricity. You go in 3 days later and you give them water and they surrender like the cowards they are. When they come into here, if you torched off a nuclear weapon here, you'd knock the electronics out. About the 27th of February, that's when things are going to kick off because the Arabs never follow a time schedule. They're impossible to work with. They don't follow orders. They're rebels. You hit one here about the 26th, 27th of February, you'll knock out their entire armored division. However, if you had 4 AWACS, and I know you have them, Russia, put one in Antalya, Turkey, put one in Beaver Sheva, Israel, one in Aden, Yemen, one in Muscat, Oman, and one in Baghdad, Iraq, and you will knock out the entire region. There will be no electricity. Every computerized system will simply die. You use 5 cloaked 40-year-old TRB-3s. Those are those triangular flying saucers out of Edwards Air Force Base. I know you've got a couple of hundred of them. On the 2nd of March, like anybody cares. Oh, and by the way, they're going to blame the nuclear weapons on the U.S. or Russia. The one heading into D.C. they'll blame on Assad, the terrible, evil Shiite Muslims, because the Sunni Muslims can have sex with dogs like Hillary. They can have sex with men, can have sex with men like Obama. These are the Wahhabs. They have no morals. They're funded by Jerusalem. They're Jewish. They will do anything they want. They will steal, murder, kill, and they're the Sunnis, and they have no morals. The division on who is going to take over after Allah is still there. D.C., you're going to have a nuclear weapon brought in by a 4-door sedan on the 2nd of March at 10, I think it's 10 a.m. I smell donuts. I see 8404 written across the street. I see a stupid illegal camera on all of the stoplights. So maybe it's good that it gets blown up because you're violating the law. Boom to March. Look for a radiation signal of about a 12 to 18 kiloton nuclear weapon in the trunk of this car. They're going to park it near a donut shop with a big, huge glass front. And if you're in the donut shop, you see 8404 across the street. They're going to park it within a block of there. Kaboomo, my guess is, if it were me, I would probably park it on the ground floor of an underground garage. Maximum death. At the same day that they take out D.C., there will be 3 U.S. carriers stationed in the Middle East, and they'll just start killing. They'll send all of their jets out to start killing. It doesn't matter, Russians, Syrians, it doesn't matter. The U.S. will kill. 3 carrier strike forces with about 85 underground nuclear submarines carrying about 144 nuclear weapons per piece, 12 missiles, 12 nuclear warheads per missile. So you do the math on how many nuclear weapons they're planning to launch. Now we're asking everyone to pray for this. We know that we get 20 to 30,000 hits on every video, and we watch them reduce it to 3,000 or 4,000. So don't get discouraged if you see a video at 20,000. It's probably had 200,000 hits. It's the way it is. Some things we can fight, some things we can't. That's so I can find my mug. Our cats are excited we're home.
Yeah.
So they're going nuts. We're going to try to have a war with Syria. There are so many different agendas. The CIA wants to kill everybody and then rule the world. The FBI wants to kill everybody. They don't care about ruling the world. Homeland Security wants to kill a lot of people. They don't care about ruling the world. They just murder. There's a section in the White House when you walk down the stairs to the left that's trying to start this nuclear war. They don't care. They just want to kill a lot of people. The number 3 Obama just wants to live more than 6 months because his predecessor lived heart attack in China. The next one lived, what, 2 or 3 years, Jane?
Mm-hmm.
So he got shot in the back because he was trying to shoot people. Now this one with the black around here and no black spots here and no black spots there. Completely clear face. And there's a little scar in it if you notice. March 1 and Turkey heads north to blow up. Yeah, this is very important. I want you to look down here at the map. Russia. I could stop the entire Turkish invasion with 5 engineer companies. There are several highways that go north along here. Now I'm going to tell you engineers to use a triple nickel 40 to blow the roads. Use a triple nickel 40, there ain't no dirt to fill it. They got to go back and they got to get a truck to fill those holes. Just get an engineer company on every single road, put in a triple nickel 40 on the 26th of February. Your engineers will know what a triple nickel 40 is. The roads will be impassable. Only you're going to have to do a double triple nickel 40. Engineers, you'll know what that is. It's 55540. That's a triple nickel 40. Any combat engineer worth his salt will know what that is. You'll need 2 of them per highway. You'll be able to knock out every single highway with 5 engineer companies. That's a commitment of 500 men and about 4, 8, 10, 12, about 300 pounds of CDX high explosives. Probably a blasting cat, a couple rolls of det cord and fuse per company, and it's done. You could actually do it with one company. But let's put out 5. They're planning a bank holiday at the same time. They're testing Columbia Bank. We tried to buy a Wonder Mill today. Credit card system is down. We're trying to buy things on the internet. The credit card system's down. And they're going to try a bank holiday and World War III at the same time and say it's all the Russians' fault. It's all the Russians' fault. It's all the Syrians' fault. It's all their fault. Now look, there's 3 fingers pointing at me and 1 finger pointing at them. So it's the fault of those in the White House who are being run by the CIA, who have handlers that need to be obliterated. The war, the bank failure, the nuke going off in D.C., the fake 5 March media where they bring it down and they have Project Blue Beam and then they torch off a 100 megaton nuclear weapon, kill most of the Japanese, a lot of the Russians, a lot of the people on the West Coast of the United States. I mean, they murdered Scalia. Now here's a key. The cruise missile that's being fired at Moscow will cruise along the mountains, go up a pass, go back. They're still programming. So an electromagnetic pulse will destroy the programming. Now this is Moscow. Got a bunch of skyscrapers in it. Stinks to high heaven. The missile's going to zigzag, and right before it's going to go, just like the missiles we have to take out ships. What it's going to do is it's going to go up. It's going to go straight down into Red Square. U.S. missile, so it's probably going to get within 15 feet of the center of Red Square. It looks just like, it's white, it has fins that are movable, and it looks just like the cruise missile that is at the Boeing Museum just south of Seattle. So if you go to that museum, take a picture, send it to Moscow, they'll analyze it, they'll probably tell you who made it and what the serial number is, and how they got it into Turkey. They actually got it into Turkey on a U.S. Air Force jet that was coming back after flying cocaine and heroin to the drug markets in the U.S. So you can probably track down who brought it in, too. It's chipped. If you put the gun to the head of the guy who carries the nuclear briefcase, he'll probably give you the chip number, and you'll be able to knock it out before it starts. Blow it up on the ground before it actually takes off. I know this is a little lengthy. I know this is a little confusing. One last thing. The flight that was supposed to have gone down, the Russian flight that was supposed to have been shot down by the Syrian terrorists at 30,000 feet. Well, gee, where did they find the pilot of that plane? He's in a hospital somewhere in South America?
Yeah, they found him in a...
So they barfed out a bunch of million,
hospital.
made up a bunch of passengers, and they found the pilot for that down plane where everyone was killed.
Oops.
Oops. They screwed up on that one. The guy's dying and goes to the hospital. Oops. The entire thing was a complete fake out. That's why when we showed the field and there were no clouds, and yet the entire area was covered with a huge cyclone. Yeah, oops. CIA, Russia, you really screwed up on that one. Also, Russia, if you want to set the U.S. into total turmoil, just have an airborne division hit Istanbul and take Istanbul and block the Black Sea. You will absolutely, completely discombobulate U.S. intelligence, where even if you walk in civilian uniforms, take off your shirts, walk into Istanbul and say, we now own this part of Bulgaria, which is Bulgaria's. It has nothing to do with Turkey. This land does not belong to Turkey. It actually belongs to Russia. So Russia, you have every legal right to go into Istanbul and then have them take a vote. If they want to be part of Russia, they can be part of Russia. Does it matter? Do what's right for the people, but if you take Istanbul as about the 2nd or 3rd of March, the U.S. war plans will be completely destroyed. They don't have a contingency plan for Russia taking Istanbul and blocking the Black Sea. You just put 30 or 40 missiles in some silos, any U.S. ship that goes through, put a submarine net, done. Black Sea free, Turkey gone, Russia wins the war. What else? That's kind of about it. I know that's a lot of information. I know you're probably shaking your head. How do I know all of this? For God's sakes, Putin.
Your subject is being arrested, prosecuted. You must leave the area now.
There's been a very serious push from the left saying, let's not over-militarize our cops. That should put an end to that discussion right now. We should over-militarize. We should continue to do that.
You want
It's
to live
not
in a
intimidating.
police state, though?
People across the globe mourn the victims of the Paris attacks. The leaders of the US and UK are using the atrocity as a pretext to launch another offensive on privacy. After the two met together, they have announced that a new global anti-terror policies will be enforced. British Prime Minister David Cameron particularly made clear he wants more legal ways to listen to people's phone calls and monitor internet use.
10,000 troops will be deployed across the country. An unprecedented
All right, I forgot this had an RT update in. I'm going to skip this because it got me a smackdown the other day. I found this very interesting. Take it as you will. It's very interesting about some book that was written back in 2008. Videos put out by C. Urbana. I found this to be an interesting video. I'm not religious by any means, but interesting nonetheless.
Is an obscure prophecy from 1908 now being fulfilled? Yes, and with stunning accuracy. In this video, we will cover a strange prophetic prediction from 1908 found in a novel. The novel, called Lord of the World, was published by a man ordained into the Roman Catholic Church. His name is Robert Benson. the son of an Archbishop of Canterbury who grew up as an Anglican, but later converted to Roman Catholicism a few years before penning Lord of the World. Little is known about Benson's life, except that he had a sickly childhood and would die at age 42. Benson's novel has been called prophetic by Pope Benedict XVI and has been highly recommended by Pope Francis on at least 3 occasions. Benson's novel is not an innocent work of fiction. It contains extraordinary parallels to what we see unfolding in 2015 and 2016. This book describes an age of enlightenment, a golden age of humanity under the Antichrist character named Julian Felsenburgh. Felsenburgh is a U.S. senator who spends his final year in office touring the world. In part 1 of the book, a convention of national leaders is scheduled to meet in Paris. These powers are there to discuss world affairs and the potential for the outbreak of war. The world has fallen into a state of chaos. There is rioting, demonstrations, and even deaths in the streets of Paris and other cities throughout Europe. Felsenburgh leads the American delegation to this meeting in Paris. It is there that he presides over peace, offers calm reassurance to all the people of Europe. A treaty is signed there between the major powers, and Felsenburgh is mediator of that treaty. Despite this, Europe continues its downward spiral into chaos. Felsenburgh tours the world. As he tours, governments in the Far East and Middle East give him their allegiance. But not only this, people across the globe hail him as Messiah, Savior, the Lord of the world. Felsenburgh promises much through his optimistic messages, but his policies reflect a move toward totalitarian power. He begins to persecute people within the Roman Catholic Church. Felsenburgh enacts a law in which people who do not renounce their faith in God will be killed. His goal is much broader than a political agenda. He wants to control the religious system as well. He does this with the help of an ordained Catholic named Father Francis. Father Francis is a major player in the Roman Catholic Church before he leaves and joins Felsenburgh. Together, they promote the new system of worship of Felsenburgh as the incarnation of God on earth. In one scene, Francis introduces Felsenburgh on a podium where a large statue of Mother Goddess is set up. All in the crowd are encouraged to hail the statue. It is there that Felsenburgh is proclaimed Lord and God, Lord of the world. Felsenburgh is later elected President of Europe by a secret meeting of elected officials. His presidency of Europe is the height of his power grab, as he already controls all of the other governments throughout the world. Lord of the World is broken into 3 parts. Part 1 is about the rise of Julian Felsenburgh as a political leader. Part 2 is about the overhaul of the entire religious system, where he is the figure of worship. And Part 3 is about the destruction of Rome and eventual destruction of Roman Catholicism. The earth is now fully under the control of the Prince of Rebels, the Lord of the World. The parallels between this book written over 100 years ago and what we are seeing now happening in our world are unmistakable. While many overlooked the Paris Climate Convention in December 2015 as being no big deal, please understand that this convention matches the description of the convention in Lord of the World. It happens in Paris. Meanwhile, Europe is falling into a state of crisis. Delegations from all over the world came together in Paris, including an American delegation led by Barack Obama, and signed a secret agreement that was not initially made public. The agreement was signed by a vast majority of nations throughout the world. Meanwhile, top climate scientists are now saying that the Paris Agreement will not prevent devastating climate change. So why would a group of politicians meet to sign a treaty that science does not even endorse? Are people asking these questions about the Paris Climate Treaty that happened? So what were they doing in Paris? What were they doing in Paris? Leaders of the free world, Barack Obama and his American delegation, what were they doing there? Are we seeing a curious situation unfolding right before our eyes with a prophecy written more than a century ago? One must admit the prophecies of the Paris Convention, people dying in the streets of Paris, Europe in turmoil, the sellout character of Father Francis to the New World Order system, the charismatic leader, Felsenburgh, who aspires to greater office. Surely, one must admit that Benson's novel has an incredibly striking parallel to what we are seeing unfolding right now on the international stage. I hope you're watching and that you are fully dedicated to Jesus Christ in this final hour, because there is no other name. Jesus is the only way. I'm here to proclaim that. There will be judgment, and it is coming.
All right, now we're off on that. Okay, so that's enough of that. We got the gist of that. This came out from Time Traveler today.
Top of the morning.
Obviously not in a good mood.
Whatever the case may be, my name's Ben Matthews. I am who I say I am. The world government ain't. Trust me on that. I know these things. I'm in a foul mood today. You know, I stand with Peace Antilli. He was a voice. He was a lot of people's voice. But when I go to his live chat today and I listen to music, that irked me, because there's no message being discussed there. He's got some people that are running his YouTube channel that really don't know what the hell they're doing. Okay? They're not discussing anything. They're not talking about the racial war that's being set up right now in the United States of America. They're not talking about the invasion in Europe by murderers and killers. Okay? These are things that we need to be discussing. Not listening to Led Zeppelin, not listening to Black Sabbath, not listening to Bob Seger or whatever. We need to be discussing things that's going on in the world. For instance, what's happening over in Europe. Allowing these people to come into that country and they're murdering and raping. And enough's enough. In our country, in the United States of America, our government's so corrupt that they're getting away with murder. Okay? These are the things we need to be discussing. The racial war that's being set up. Because there is a racial war being set up. And I'm reading it. I'm reading it all throughout the internet. And then I'm listening to people, white people, oh, just bring it, just bring it. You know what? We're all brothers and sisters. We're all human beings. We need to stand together as one. You know, this divide and conquer, it's been used for thousands and thousands and thousands of years to destroy us, to destroy you, to enslave you even more. What, there's nothing to talk about? There's nothing to talk about at all? Well, I could think of thousands of things to talk about that's going on right now today. Most important thing is the racial war that they're trying to get. And what have I been telling you since I've been here? How did I tell you this is going to happen? And it's going down the exact same way I said it was going to happen. J-Hound 15. What do you think that's all about? What do you think that was all about? That's the New World Order. And let's not call it New World Order, because there's nothing new about it no more. The One World Order. They're 3 moves ahead of you. Okay? It's like playing a game of chess, like I keep saying. They're 3 moves ahead of us. We use. And people just ain't understanding this. J-Hound 15, they know what's going to happen because they're the ones that are going to make it happen. So what better way to do is get a racial war going. And then they can bring the military on the streets of the United States of America. And let's not forget our friends over there in Europe, okay? Let's not forget our friends over there that are going through some serious stuff right now. They're being invaded. I was so mad when I sat there and went to that live chat and there's music being played and everybody, oh, well, he's trying to do his best. Well, if that's his best, it just ain't going to do with me. Okay? Period. Bottom line. I watched a man be murdered. He was murdered. He was executed. Okay? I watched it. I witnessed it. And then the same person that's helping run Pete Santilli's show is telling me, Ben Matthews, I should move out of this country, United States. I should run. I should go hide. Well, why? I ain't never committed no crime. You know, I'm entitled to the First Amendment. I'm entitled to voice my opinion. And that's another thing. I listen to people say that we should do away with the First Amendment because people are saying this about this person or people are saying this about this group of people. Well, let me tell you something. The group of people that are saying it, they want your First Amendment gone. And I don't care. I don't care. You know what? People are entitled to their opinion and people are entitled to say what they want to say. As long as they ain't crossing the line with promoting violence, racial tension, etc., then they're entitled to say what they want to say. I'm trying to stop a racial war from happening in the United States, and not just the United States, but the whole world. I'm trying to stop it. I'm trying to prevent it from happening. I'm not promoting nothing. And for this person to sit there and tell me I should leave the country of the United States because I did wrong, well, you need to check your facts, brother. Okay? I went down to Burns, Oregon to show my support for the Hammonds. That was it. I didn't sign on for anybody to go take over some federal buildings with weapons. Period. I didn't get involved. I stayed there and I reported it and documented it. But I did not get involved. I didn't cross the line. But why would this person try to put fear into me and tell me I should leave the country? So I'm going to be arrested. I'm not going to be arrested. I didn't commit no crimes. Period. But I have to call this person into question. What is his benefit? What is he going to get out of it? More views? Make more money? You know, very few people know that I was struggling financially not too long ago. I almost lost my house. Over $1,000. My house was almost took from me for $1,000. It was almost in foreclosure. We were days out from losing our house. I sold my car to make that payment. And then I made a mistake by going to Burns for over a month. Because I do hustle. I do go out. And whether you believe it or not or whatnot, it may not be a 9-to-5 job like most people do. But I do work. I do cut grass. I do lawn maintenance. In the wintertime, I help a friend of mine. We cut wood for $10 an hour. And I can work 10, 12-hour shifts for $10. But I do make enough money to pay my share of the bills here. That's my way. You know, I was tired of working for the man a long time ago. Alls I was making peanuts while these people were making millions. And I'm damn good what I did. I was damn good what I did. And my ex made a very good point one day. She left a comment in one of my videos about my son, and I agreed with her. You know, I didn't realize some things. But, and I'm not even going to discuss that, but she was right. She was 100% right. I made a wrong move there. And I apologize openly to her. But that's a whole different story there. But I sit here and I watch what's going on. And whether it's Fast and Furious with the smuggling of guns to the cartel and nobody held liable for a Border Patrol agent being murdered or our ambassador overseas being murdered because a group of individuals want to smuggle guns to what we consider to be terrorists, and then nobody's held liable for that. We have a woman that's running for president that her husband has numerous affairs with women and younger women, and nothing is done about it, and she stands with her man. And this is the woman that people want for president. Well, how many of you women out there would stand with your man after he cheated on you once, twice, 3, 4, 5 times? That's sad. That there wouldn't be a strong woman in my eyes. And I don't know how many of you feel that way, but that's how I look at it. If my old lady was to cheat on me, I wouldn't be with her. Period. Bottom line. But that's the type of person that's running for president. Then we got a socialist running for and actually winning. A socialist. Well, what's wrong with socialists? We'll get free college. We'll get free this. We'll get free that. Nothing is for free. Nothing is for free. Now, y'all call it the Obama phone. Well, it's actually Bill Clinton that introduced that phone. And that's why they call it a track phone. It's to track people's every move. And that is not free. When I get my phone bill for my house phone, on there's a tax. And that tax pays for that free phone. So it's not free. Period. So socialism is not anything but 1 inch away from communism. And I don't know why you people that believe it's the younger generation. Oh, what are you entitled to? What are you entitled to? Well, I'll tell you what makes this country great. It's hard work. That's what a lot of people back in the days came in this country for, was seeking a better life. They were seeking the opportunity to find a job and find their own way in life and support their families. Well, that's being all destroyed within our country from a government within a government. It's just there to design to enslave you even more. Do I believe in the Bundys? Do I believe in Pete Santilli? Yeah, I do. But some things you have to be careful how you do it. You can't be going crossing the line. You cannot be threatening people's life. I see it time and time again on YouTube channels from some people that I don't even like. Yeah, I'm upset today. My whole thing is to stand with God and God's army. And I am that of God and God's army. And I've been straying away from that. And I need to get back to where I used to be. I don't need nobody's help. I ain't never needed nobody's help. Whether I make it or not. Yeah, I've financially struggled throughout the last couple years. Real bad I've been struggling. But I ain't come on here and been asking people to donate me, do this, give me money. I listen to these people. Well, what's wrong with putting commercials on your YouTube channel? Well, there's really nothing wrong with it if you're in it for the right reason. But 99.9% of these people that are making money off the YouTube channel, they're not in it for the right reason. And I don't care what anybody says. They're in it to make money. And it's disgusting. And then they try to justify it. Well, it cost me this to do this, and it cost me this to do that. Well, I went to Burns, Oregon, flat broke. For 6.5 weeks. I ate cups of soup. Cups of soup. Day after day. Never did I ask anybody for anything. One person's helped me out in the 5 years. And that was by her choice, and I deeply appreciated it. But besides that, a lot of people have offered to help me out. A lot of people. And I have refused them. Because if I can't stand on my own 2 feet, then I need not to be standing at all. Yeah, I had to sell my car. I got no car now. I had to sell my car, and I'm letting out my personal information. I really don't care. I did what I had to do to survive. I can walk where I need to go. Hell, we got a bus system here. It's not that bad. Yeah, it's difficult when you got to go grocery shopping and lug home a bunch of groceries. But I did what I had to do. And I didn't ask for anybody's help. It's like Doo 777. What a character. He stayed in a nice motel in Boston. Yeah, well, maybe when he went to Area 51, he didn't stay in such a nice motel because there wasn't one around to stay in. But he did. He stayed in a nice motel when he went to Boston, and he took his wife and children. And he come on here and talk smack. What a joke. And people actually financed him, his wife, and his children to stay in an upper class motel. That's a shame. That's a shame. Well, he's reporting on the truth. Well, he wasn't reporting on the truth. He wasn't telling everybody the truth. He didn't show anybody that nice motel he stayed in, now did he? No, not at all. He didn't eat no cups of soup day after day, did he? No. But people keep donating and giving money to these people because they're telling the truth. Yeah, well, whatever, man. Here's the truth.
That was freaking awesome. Doo 777.
Soon, just like I've been saying for 5 years. It's coming. And it's by design. And that's just the beginning. That's just the beginning. The collapse of the economy. It's just the beginning. That's what J. Helm 15 was all about. Exactly. They already know what's going to happen because they're the ones that are going to make it happen. Peace, love, and understanding always be that of God and God's army, because you are an army to fear, and they fear you knowing the truth. You know, I told you all this some time ago. I'm changing my format. I'm changing my ways. I'm presenting myself in a whole different way. And I've been doing it. And I don't care how many views I get, how many thumbs up I get, how many thumbs down I get. I don't care about that. What I care about is speaking the truth and bringing awareness to the corrupt government that's destroying this country. Destroying the whole world. This whole world. It saddens me. Am I making a difference? Hardly at all. Hardly at all am I making a difference. But I'm learning as I go along. And like I've said so many times, as long as you learn from your mistakes, then you're okay. It's when you don't learn from your mistakes that you're not all right. And that's what's happening. People are not learning from their mistakes. And most people out there that are guilty, that are listening to this, you're guilty. You're guilty because you're going right along with the program. Socialism makes me sick. What made this country great was people working jobs. I don't hear any of these politicians talking about jobs. Even Donald Trump. I hear him say some things that just turn my stomach. Because as long as it benefits him and his group of people, he don't care about the regular person, us. None of them care about us. It's estimated it's going to be $1 billion campaign. $1 billion to run for president. $1 billion. Who represents $1 billion? Is that you? Does $1 billion represent any one of you listening to this video? Hell no. We're all struggling to make ends meet. Food, water, guns, ammunition. I can't express this enough about the medication. These are things that we should be talking about. And let's be honest, when the collapse happens and the racial wars take off, There'll be no food in the grocery stores. In 30 minutes, they'll all be completely wiped out in the United States of America. In 30 minutes. And once again, I got to express this about my brothers and sisters over there in Europe. They need help. People need to be aware of what's going on over there. And I will be presenting a video shortly about it. I'm hoping a friend of mine over there will help me present a video. Work with me to explain to people what's really going on over there. I understand. I see. I can see. We have one that's awake, and that'll be me. So for that person that told me I should leave the country, maybe you should leave the country. Because I do not run. I am not in fear. I have not committed no crimes. I have my First Amendment. And I'm going to exercise my First Amendment. To these so-called people, allow them to take that away from us. And I'll still express my First Amendment. I don't care. Our forefathers made it a right for us to be able to voice our opinion. And I'm not going to stop. And I'm going to let the phone ring. I know who it is, and I really ain't got time for that crap either right now. It ends up being a waste of time answering that phone lately. Yeah, am I upset? Yeah, I am upset. We're not focusing on what we need to be focusing on. Justice. Bringing these corrupt politicians to where they need to be. In the court of laws and the scale of justice. But what's that matter anymore? The scales of justice are BS. We see this. Well, yeah, I'm ratting on today, ain't I? That's because I'm mad. That's because I'm mad. So many of us out there are struggling to make ends meet. And they just keep taking and taking and taking and taking from us. Why they saying, well, we're going to give you free college. We're going to give you free health care. We're going to give you free this, free that. Nothing is free. You work hard in life to support yours and your family. That's how you make it in the United States of America. By working hard. And they took that away from us. Shipped the jobs overseas. Shipped them to Mexico. And left us nothing but hope of a socialist dream. Well, like I said before, socialism's 1 inch away from communism. Wake up. See the truth. Understand it. You all have a good day today, and God bless each and every one of you. I'm sorry about the rant, but you know what? It's my way of letting things, letting this just, it's my way. It's my way to feel better today. My voice and my opinion, and I have that right. I didn't cross the line in this video, no how, no way. I didn't threaten nobody. I'm just telling you the facts and the truth.
Good job, man. Good job, man. I know how you feel. All right, this is coming from Bexar Prepper. She ain't paying me to do this or to promote her channel. I've just been a fan of that channel. I've learned a lot from her, and I think you can learn a lot from her too. I picked this specific video because canning tomatoes is one of the easiest things you can do. It's like the gateway drug of canning. Once you learn to can and you start putting this stuff up and your shelves start filling up and you realize you don't have to buy that at the grocery store, it becomes almost like a drug. Yeah, the first year you put up, 100 quarts of tomatoes and 50 quarts of tomato sauce and 50 pints of tomato paste, and realize you put all that up for about, $100 plus some work, and then you go to the grocery and then get out your calculator and figure out how much it would cost you to do the same thing. It would be like $1,000, $1,500. You're like, yep. But yeah, tomatoes are the gateway drug of the canning community, so I thought I'd go ahead and show you this.
Hello fellow YouTubers, Bear Prepper here. Today I'm going to try out my new food strainer, Victorio. Watch, I'm still working this video on making tomato sauce and tomato juice. So we're going to use this today and find out how it works. One of the problems I have in my kitchen, and I'm not sure.
She was in here the other day, and I know she's listening today or not. But usually when I do what she's getting ready to do, I got the motor attachment for this, or my arms would fall off. Because when I do this stuff, I'm grinding up 4 or 5 bushels of tomatoes, into this enormous pot to make sauce or tomatoes or whatever. This thing makes sauce and paste and stuff. It takes out all the seeds and skins, and just leaves you with the pulp and the juice. And I'm sitting here watching her do this, and I felt so bad. I'm like, oh my God, get the motor. And I took an old speaker box, and I cut it out so I could clamp it inside the speaker box so I could get the thing 4 foot, or not 4 foot, let's see, I guess it would be about, actually it was about 3 foot up off of the counter. So the this thing right here would dump into my absolutely enormous kettle. And I was sitting there watching her cranking on this thing, and I'm like, oh my God, I felt so bad. It's like, get the motor. It'll save your life. But anyway, to continue.
The rest of you have this problem. See the edge of my table? It's rounded. I can't clip things like that on it. So what I do is I open my table as if I'm going to put a leaf in, screw it down, and then close it back up. So if you too have that problem, my counters are also too thick, so I can't do that either. So what I'm going to do is I purchased 30 pounds of beefsteak tomatoes. Of course, I didn't get a great tomato crop out of my garden, so I got 30 pounds.
Also, if you use one of these things, blanch your tomatoes. Just go ahead and cut them, core them and cut them and throw them in a pot. Boil them, mash them, put them in a pot. Anyway, it's an easier way to do this. It softens the tomatoes, and it makes the process way, way faster, and you don't lose anything. That way, because sometimes when you buy these flats of tomatoes, they're red, but they're a little green, and sometimes they've been gassed. They put them in a room that has I can't remember the name of the gas, but that turns them red, but actually they're not quite ripe yet. And they'll be really hard, and it makes using this thing just horrific. I mean, you can sit and let the and nothing will happen for hours or for minutes, it seems, and then some stuff will splurt out. But anyway, to continue.
These, and I'm going to make tomato sauce, tomato soup, and tomato juice today. So first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to wash and cut up my tomatoes. Okay. I ended up only doing 15 pounds so far. These were tomatoes grown in a greenhouse, organic. I paid $1.29 a pound for them. So, because I just didn't get a tomato crop, as you all know. So I've got my bowl to catch my scraps, and you have to find a bowl that'll fit under this plastic thing. So I've used that blue bowl for that. Then I have tomatoes. I cut them in quarters. And you put them in the hopper, I suppose, and turn the handle. You know what? I think you probably need to be on the other side. Whoosh, God, don't get dizzy. For you to see what's coming out there. If anything. Because I sure can't see. This handle is pretty hard to turn. Word of warning. Turning it the right way? No. Okay. This is not easy. I'm hoping it's just because it's brand new. Because it's really hard. There we go. Alright, let me come back at you when I get some done. Okay, I'm finding with these beefsteak tomatoes, I'm getting a lot of skin and pulp. I don't know if you can see, there's an awful lot of pulp in there. So, I don't know if this is the best thing to do with beefsteak. But I'm going to keep trying. A lot of juice. Okay, I ran my peels through twice because I didn't have the knack of how to do it. So, I found my best result if I just take a handful and push them through. There's a lot of liquid in this hopper that just doesn't come out, so you're going to get a mess when you push the tomatoes down. But I'm going to have a lot of sauce. I'm on my 20th pounds. 10 more to go. Okay, ignore my mess here. Well, let me show you a little trick. It's taken me almost the whole thing to figure this out. Don't beat it up. Don't push hard. Just gently let a tomato drop in the side and then let it catch. And oh my goodness, it works wonderfully. Do not manhandle it. If you have to manhandle it, what's going to happen is you're going to clog this and you're going to be cleaning it out and tomato juice is going to be squirting everywhere. So, learn from my mistakes. Don't beat it up and put a little olive oil on the gasket. And just gently turn the handle. If you can't turn the handle, it's probably because it's dry. And just push a tomato in. So much nicer. Another tip, if you're left with a lot of juice in here, what you want to do is take some of your peels and push them in because this thing doesn't turn when it's dry. And it'll get all those juices out. You may have to add it multiple times because it's got to have some pulp going through or it doesn't operate correctly.
Oh my God, that sound is disgusting.
Alright, let me do that last flat of tomatoes. Okay, let me show you what I got. I got 8 quarts of tomato juice, which I'm going to make tomato soup and taco sauce. So that I just can open a jar of my hamburger and a jar of this and have dinner. That's my tomato waste. I've got everything cut up. And that's my tomato sauce that I got. So I'm going to get busy putting this together. If you want the instructions on how to do this, check out I'm Still Working's tomatoes video. She did an amazing job and I can't improve on it. Okay, we've got the water bath canner going with the tomato sauce in it. And we got the pressure canner going with the tomato soup in it. So I got to bed around 1 o'clock in the morning. And these are the fruits of my labor. My camera's tilted. I don't know what's going on with it. Over here on the left, I have my tomato soup. Now, I used all red peppers, and I wasn't thinking red peppers are sweeter than green peppers. So my tomato soup was a little sweet, so I ended up adding some lemon juice to it to kind of cut the sweetness of it. So, don't use red peppers, use green. In the middle there, I have taco seasoning. So all I did was take my recipe for taco seasoning packets and added that to my tomato soup and canned that. Tastes really wonderful. I can just open a can of ground beef and a can of that and I've got dinner. And then over on the right is my tomato sauce. And as you see, can you see? The jars are cloudy. Guess what I forgot in my water bath counter? vinegar. Doesn't hurt the product. Just I'm going to have to spend some time cleaning these up. Nice and cloudy. So what I'll do now is I'll take the rings off, put them in soapy water and wash them all up, dry them, and then of course I have to put my rings back on because I have two very smart dogs that when they like something, they will chew the lip.
Alright, now, when it comes to canning tomatoes, it's very high acid, and you really don't have to water bath can. Me and my wife have never water bath canned tomatoes. We drop it in the jar at, we get it in a pot and we bring it to a full rolling boil and we drop it into, a clean hot bleached jar and lid it up, and the only time I've ever lost a jar of tomatoes is when I tried those freaking Tattler lids. And I bet we lost 20% of everything that we did with the Tattler lids. So don't use those things if it's something that you value or plan to keep for a very long time. It seems like they'll hold about 4 or 5 months, and then they drop, they lose. And then if you have a whole bunch of stuff in your pantry in cans, and your pantry has a very bad smell in it, it takes a while to go through all those jars and figure out which one lost its seal. So anyway, I got one more I'm going to show her. She does chicken, beef, and pork. How to, or no, I can't do that one. I got to do part 1 and 2. I'll add that another day. After this, we're going to do a video of how to make a stone knife. We're moving into survival and prepping skills. Instead of just doing what everybody else is doing and regurgitating the same Oregon information over and over and over again, I'm going to use this opportunity until we have something coming up in Idaho that we'll be live streaming from. But I'm going to use this opportunity to get people started in researching and learning how to do these kinds of things, because it's going to be important to you in the future, unless you just don't care. I do this as just a way of life to save a hell of a lot of money at the grocery store. If I bought everything that we used at the grocery store, I'd be spending $1,000 a month instead of $250 or so to feed a family of 4 plus a boyfriend and guests and visitors and stuff like that. So, I'll let this play out, and then we're going to go into the stone knife making.
Right off. So I put my rings back on. Come this winter, I'll be taking all my rings off my jars out there because the moisture level will be higher and I don't want them to rust. And I'll just take a piece of wire and string them to it. So there we go, my marathon of tomatoes. Blessings.
Recipe for broccoli stew. Set off your bait stick.
Alright, this comes from Whitetail Bushcraft. Right here. Oh shit, I thought sometimes I watch these videos all the time, and I think I'm subscribed, and I go look and I'm not.
Welcome back to the Shack in the Back.
But I think what it is, I'm subscribed on my other channel.
Bushcraft Outfitters. I want to kind of show you what I had going on. I know it's been a while since I did a video, but been real busy, and it's just been raining like hell out here in Ohio. We had like 17 days of straight rain. I mean, downpours. We had floods, the whole 9 yards. But been working on little primitive tools again. You can see this is a tine here that I had cut, and I'm kind of shaping on that. But I had cut this originally to do a bearing block for a bow drill, and I'll probably use something with these also. Not sure what yet, but maybe you guys can give me some ideas. I might use them for some arrowhead points. But I also, this is going to be a perfect bearing block. We'll do a bow drill video too. But also, to show you that, been working on this, just kind of working the shape of the handle in the back here. A big old piece of quartz. You can See how I'm wiring that down. Kind of getting a round shape to it. But I figured that'd be an awesome handle for a knife. You can see this was a pretty good tine. This was just one tine busted off of a rack of a buck that I was chasing for years, that I actually called the Ghost. And that actually last hunting season during that big storm, New York and New Jersey and all them were hit with, and Ohio and everybody else, he actually got hit. He must have got real spooked, and he actually got hit by a car out on the highway. But that's just one of his tines that were broken off. Must have been fighting or something like that. Never did find any of his full racks. Always looked for him, but he was an enormous deer. You had to see him to believe it. But I figured we'd make us a stone knife today. I had a few friends on YouTube were asking me about flint knapping, and I'm not one to be giving any information on flint knapping. I'm far from professional from that. I can flint knap, but I mean some raw stuff. But I'd love to do something like this. Friend gave me this one, but if you guys want to check out, he wanted to be anonymous though also. He did give me this as a beautiful notched arrowhead. I think as big as that is, I'm going to go ahead and turn that into a knife, stone knife, for the fun of it. So this video is going to kind of be a tribute to the knife makers out there and the flint nappers. But if you guys want to check out a really good flint napper, I told him I wanted to give him a shout out. I don't know how good that lighting's getting at. I want to give him a shout out. It's Paleo Man 52. Go check out his channel. He is really good at stuff. He's got some really neat artwork of flint napping, and he can give you all the vocabulary and the words and how to really do it right. I ended up trying to do something like this. You can see I've been working on a little piece here that I was in, and I ended up trying to do something that size, and I ended up with something like that. I mean, it ain't bad, but it's nothing. I mean, something like that takes me a long time. But let's get back to doing this stone knife for the fun of it. So stay tuned, guys. I'm going to get some things ready. What I'm trying to do, guys, is notch this so I can actually fit this.
Man, I hope that music coming to the background don't get this thing going. Because this dude is really good at this. I mean, he's amazing at this. I've tried flint napping. I suck at it. So I hope I never have to make a knife. But I have a bunch of sword blanks. So.
Using a piece of lava flint, I call it. I can't remember the name exactly of what it's called.
Obsidian.
Another person out there I want to give a shout out to is Tribe of Benjamin. He makes some really neat primitive tools, primitive arrows, bows, quivers out of fox fur, fox hides, I should say. Also cheating a little bit, guys. Using the old Leatherman wave. Can't beat it. What I'm wanting to do is get a nice tight fit of that all the way down. Getting there. It's going to take a little bit. Something I want to show you I thought was kind of neat on this. You can see the actual rodent bites chewing on that. Two teeth mark. It's kind of neat. But I'm going to keep working on this and get it to where it fits real nice, and then we'll make up some pine pitch and set it in, and then we'll tie it up with some sinew. So stay tuned. Alright guys, getting that notched pretty good. It's actually fitting pretty tight. I don't know if I want to mess with it anymore. Trying to get you a little better lighting. I'm out in the shack in the back here and don't have a whole lot of lighting. That's our handle so far. That's our notch. Let's see. Let me get the best fit on that. It seems like they all have their own little identity to it. I don't want to drop it. That seems to be fitting pretty nice. It's kind of what we're going to look like. Yeah, that's a little better look at it. Been really getting into the knife making channels like Dirty Room Knives, Wessex Blades. Those guys are artists, true artists. It's going to be pretty cool, guys. Let me get some stuff ready, and we'll.
All right, he's got a lot of music bleeding through, and I'm just. We got cock blocked by YouTube last night, so I hope it don't bleed through enough. They're gonna do a. I'm sitting here watching the other computer, waiting for the big blue screen to come out.
Some pine pitch, and I got some man-made sinew here, and we'll do some wrapping after that. Get a finished look to it. Alright guys, we're going to use the old sterno with my House of Fire Blue Hill UL stove. We're going to start, ooh that's hot. We're going to start it. Alright guys, I'm going to use the old Blue Hill UL stove that I got from my buddy Sean over at House of Fire 72. Check out his channel, he sells these pretty cheap, and I think he's got a second version of it now. Thanks again, Sean. I'm going to throw in there is some pine sap that I collected. That's melting down. But what I got here also is some white-tailed deer scat and some charcoal. And I'm going to crush that up. My son actually found this. I figured I'd show you this while I'm at it. This is definitely man-made. I first thought it was a sinker, but it don't have the two notches. And you can see they were actually drilling into it also. And it does have an edge. So it was definitely some kind of primitive tool. That's definitely wasn't done by nature. Anybody has any ideas what it is, let me know. But crushing up some of this, I added a little bit more pine sap to it. I want to do about 50-50 here. And all the deer scat is already chewed up and broke down plant fiber. We'll see if we don't have a big fire this time. But you can see that stuff is great fire accelerant, so pine sap's a great natural resource. Okay. We'll do about 50-50. Let's throw that in there. Get this bad boy lit up again, and we'll make us some pine pitch. Stay tuned. Alright, this stuff's starting to melt down. Kind of got the lid on that, didn't want it to heat up so quick this time. Just catch right into flames. I might have to move that lid. Oh. Let that all heat up. Turn this into some nice pine pitch. You can see how it starts forming together. I hope the camera's getting it. And it's about 50-50 charcoal, 50-50 scat ground down. I probably should have ground it down a little bit better, but it's alright. Still working. Might have needed a little bit more pine sap, but I think I can make it work. Pull some of that scat out of there so I don't have quite as much to break down. So I can make this work for you guys. It's forming up pretty good now. You want to get that nice black tar look to it. There we go. Oh yeah, I'm liking that fit. Oh yeah. That's in there, guys. And I'll fill a little bit in the holes. But it is fitting nice. I kinda like that fit. I got a little bit of an angle, might be a little hard to tie it there, but I think I can make it work. Very cool. Pine pitch. Super glue of the woods. Well, that's what we got so far, guys. Let that pine pitch dry up real good. It's still a little loose. No, it's hardened up. We're going to go ahead and put some sinew on it now. And we'll clean it up after we put the sinew on it. But what I like to do is scratch this up right here. Give that sinew something to grab to. Already scratched up a little bit there. Probably should have done that before the blade was on there. But we're going to start putting the sinew on. Alright. I got this sinew wet. Kind of chewed it up a little bit to soften it. There's the tab. Trying to keep it in camera. Might hear my kids in the background talking. Like I say, I'm in a shack out back. Trying to do a crisscross. I can tuck that. The sinew, you really don't have to knot it. Because when it dries, oh man, I'm not getting most of that in the camera. Put it through my little loop here. And I may do a little bit more wrapping once this dries. And maybe even put some pine pitch and wax, or pine sap and wax mixed together to kind of waterproof this. give you an idea. I'm going to work on this some more. I know I'm not getting a whole lot of it in the camera. And I'll show you the end results, guys. I'll try to bring it inside so you can get a little better lighting. You gotta watch them edges. Sometimes that'll cut your sinew. That way, sometimes you want to file them. This is my second wrap on it. And you could actually use some hide glue on that too to seal it if you want it to. And it's wet sinew, and when it dries it'll even tighten up even more. A few little pieces to trim. Let's look with the second wrap on it. We got a bowl of water over here on the side. Looks like it's starting to come apart. I want to rewrap that part. Actually, I think I want to go ahead and tie a knot in it and then trim it. Sorry guys, if I keep getting out of camera. It's hard to watch what you're doing and put it in the camera at the same time. I think I am going to put a knot in it. You could actually leave them tethers to actually tie some feathers on or something like that. But I think I'll trim them. Oh, that's better. Got one more little tether I want to cut. Give you a better look at it, guys. Usually fits the hand pretty good.
All right, and again, that comes from Whitetail Bushcraft.
Whitetail dagger.
So, this might bore some people, but you know, these skills are something we need to learn. If we don't learn them now, there might not be a chance to learn them later. All right, the next one's going to be how to field dress a deer fast. It's graphic, and if you're like a PETA person or that kind of stuff disturbs you, you might want to just kind of close your eyes or something. So, and it's only about 10 minutes long, so.
I actually don't think he would gut shoot one. Okay.
Next shot right here.
All right, got him in the neck. Good shot. Good shot, Joel. Congratulations. about 7 years ago, I did a deer field dressing video, and it's been popular, but we're going to update it. I've gotten gray hair since then and lost my hair on top, and I'm not going to be the one that does the cleaning. We're gonna let the young guy do the field dressing, and I'm gonna follow along. I'm gonna talk about what he's doing, and you can learn how to clean one in the field, and hopefully it'll be a good education as well as entertainment for you. So we'll pick up in just a second. And there comes our field dresser right there. Driver, field dresser. See, Adam is just the guide. He didn't know that, but if you're under 30, you're just a guide, and then we get to shoot them. He drives them, we shoot them, he cleans them, and we get dinner in Peterson. So.
Right, Dad. What? You're aiming for here, right?
Yeah. He's aiming for the heart, and he hit him in the neck. Now here's the kicker, everyone. Normally, when there's 2 or 3 people, one person will hold the front legs, you know, because it's easier. But because for the sake of the video, at least that's what we're saying is we're gonna let Adam actually work this thing from the beginning to the end. So if you are by yourself and you're hunting, you can field dress your own deer. You do not have to have other people with you. So Adam's cutting the esophagus, and then he's going to cut up the esophagus outside the windpipe there. And you can see the windpipe is that white area where his fingers are. There's the windpipe. And he's going to loosen that entire windpipe down to the chest cavity. And then he'll be able to pull the windpipe through when he dumps the intestines. He'll be able to pull the windpipe out. Now we do that because there can be gastric juices sometimes will build up, foam will build up in the windpipe, and if you leave the windpipe in, it could conceivably drain back into the body. So he loosens that up. So. Next, what Adam is doing here is he's cutting around the anus, and you can see that he's using a fillet knife that is very sharp and thin bladed. And one of the reasons that if you're on a slanted, a little bit of an incline, always put the rear end down, because blood will accumulate in the cavity, and this way it'll drain, and he'll be able to work with it, and it'd be easier to empty the intestines out. So now he's pulling the large intestine. He's pulling it out just enough. So he's gonna he'll wrap a twisty tie, or some people like to use a piece of wire, or they can use a string, and he'll tie the large intestine off, and he just twists it, and that'll keep the feces from getting out in the cavity when he pulls it through. So at this point, it's really important that you only go up under the chest cavity where the sternum is. You can see Adam is feeling the sternum there, because if Adam pushes his knife through at the sternum, he knows that he's not going to puncture any of the intestines. Very important to not puncture the intestines, because that will ruin meat. You don't want any of the intestines, the bladder, or any part that is in the gastrointestinal system to be compromised. So That's what he's doing now. And now he's running the knife up, and he's using his fingers to run it up under the carcass of the body of the deer, and he's going to open it up all the way down. So now, because this is a buck, Adam's going to take off the testicles, and then he'll open the deer up the rest of the way. And he'll only go down to the pelvic area. He'll only go down into this area here. Because he's loosened all the large intestine, he'll be able to pull those guts out. So now Adam, because this is a male, he's following the urethra, which is off of the penis. He's following it down, all the way down to where it comes out of the intestinal area, and then he won't cut it until he gets down to really close to the intestinal area towards the back. And there's the urethra right there. And there, take that off. So what Adam's doing now, and I can't really film it, is he's going to be taking out the diaphragm, which is a really heavy muscle that separates the heart and lungs from the large intestine. And now he's been able to reach up, and there's the diaphragm, and he'll have to reach up inside the cavity and cut around. Now this is where this is a really crucial part, because he wants to stay above the intestines. He'll want to stay above the intestines, and he'll cut that diaphragm, and that'll loosen everything up in the chest cavity. Alright, so now Adam has loosened everything up inside, and he's going to just literally unload all of the intestines onto the ground. And he pulled out all the large intestine, and it's all out now. Adam is finished with all the intestines, and he dragged the deer up a little ways. He's emptying out the rest of the blood, getting it clean. That is the best way to keep your meat clean and safe from bacteria. Now you can go to my other videos about how to skin, how to hang, how to skin, how to quarter, and how to butcher. But this has just been a newer installment of field dressing. Teaching you all the skills that you need to...
Alright, so... should I wait for everybody to get back from the bathroom? You know what I was saying in the chat, first time I did it, it took me forever because I had to keep going and throwing up. I ended up getting a spanking too because I nicked the bowel. Oh Lord. Anyway, all right, we're gonna move into building permit wattle and daub huts from scratch. Oh my God, it's my buddy Danny. Was that freaking awesome or what? My drummer Danny's like he disappears off into the mountains like for a month every year. He had to come out about 2 weeks in because he had caught his leg with a machete, and I mean bad. but he's really dedicated when he does his month in the woods. But he had to come out, and what he did, the only reason he came out was run down to the convenience store and get some super glue, and basically glue his leg back together. I'm like, oh my god. I remember the first year he did it. He was real young. He was about 18, and they were up in the Appalachian Trail, and one of the guys that went with him, I don't know what this dude was on. He didn't wear, broken fitting boots. Instead, he decided to wear sandals to go Appalachian Trail hunting. You'd be better just to go barefoot. And he got so blistered he couldn't walk. And then when I told him well, you're going to have to sit still for 2 days, and you're just going to have to take turns pissing on his feet. Because it's the only way to make that heal fast. Pop the blister, and literally, I'm not talking about pee in a pot for an hour and then pour it on there. You got to piss on your feet. It's sterile, and it will, the uric acid will literally tan his hide. That's where tan your hide. Now I'm going to tan your hide. So... And that confused him a bit, but it did work, and they got him back down out of the mountains. But he's been doing that every year. He's about 30 now. He helps me out here around the farm and stuff. I'll give Danny a chainsaw and say, I need you to go chop down that maple tree. It's getting ready to fall down. It's a 150-year-old maple. Oh, I don't need chainsaw. He goes out there with the machete and hacks on it. We call him Machete Guy. Anyway, here's how to build a primitive fish trap.
That's it. That's the primitive fish trap. My version of it. The minnows are drawn in by this muddy water. They'll come right in this channel and they'll school up in here. All you need to do is come off after they're in there and block off this entrance, and you can just scoop them out by hand. Then you can eat those minnows if you want, if you were in a survival situation. But what I would do with them is use them to catch bigger fish. Might take an hour for the minnows to be drawn in, but they will definitely come up in there. And when they do, you just have to sneak up quietly and block off that entrance. Now those minnows are in there and they can't go nowhere. You can leave them there all day long, get them as you need them. Don't go sneaking up from this direction, because your shadow's going to be there and you're going to scare them away. And if you can't step light-footed enough, then you need to get a long stick that you can close that opening off with, or else you'll scare them away as well. When you're ready to set it again, just open it back up, and then make sure and push some more sand and gravel or dirt or rocks or whatever up near that opening, so when it fills up with minnows again, you can quickly come in and just close it off. All it takes is a stick. Pretty neat trick. Learned it when I was a little kid. Anyway, I need to reset it because I'm going to be doing some night fishing here, and I'm hoping some minnows will come in here before it gets dark, because I need some bait. Anyway, thanks for watching, and thanks for all the comments and support. A lot of simple things you can do like this, you know. You don't have to get real elaborate when you're considering a survival situation, or simply going out like this fishing and gathering minnows on the spot for fishing. Doesn't take a lot of special tools or gear, just takes a little thinking and some common sense.
The world and leaving you the hell alone. Won't you join us? Anyway, I'm going to answer a question today I get a lot. Can the federal government take your food storage when there's martial law? Let's find out. All right, I'm going to ask the question one more time. Can the federal government take your food storage during a time of martial law? Well, I've been doing a lot of research on this, and I've been looking, and I want to say no and yes. All right, the reason I say no is because I'm looking at all of the things, presidential directives, all of those things. And, I'm looking and I don't see it expressly say that they could take your food storage during martial law. It's not like expressly said. However, having said all that, I kind of think that they can, and I kind of think they will. Here's why. When I'm looking through presidential directives and all of those things, the things that Obama signed, presidential orders, and what they are they're basically telling his secretaries the things that they can do in the federal government during a crisis, a time of crisis. And what I see is that the federal government can take transportation, they can take airports, they can take any kind of energy they need, whether that's gas, oil, or whatever, refineries. They can take farm machinery, they can take fertilizer, they can take cattle. So what's to stop them from taking your personal food storage? Now, I don't think necessarily that the federal government wants to take your personal food storage. They're coming to get it. That was their aim. But they might take it if they're sweeping through and they need food for some reason. All right? And it's not too big of a stretch to have some kind of colonel in the National Guard or something like that go see that you have some food storage and see that maybe the people that you're hanging around, the group that you're hanging around, and hopefully you're hanging around a group, has a significant amount of food storage. And in a time of crisis when other people need stuff, he just might go ahead and make the order that, hey, we want your food storage. All right? And basically martial law is when the military takes over. So he is in charge. So he'll take your food storage and let you sue him later. And what does the government care? So you sue him later, they can give you $1 million later or $100,000 later or whatever after you sue them, and they'll pay up later after the emergency's over with. Well, that's little good that you can do for yourself. To top that off, you can have a local sheriff in a smaller town, and the people in the town, whatever the crisis is, there are people who haven't prepared. So there are people that are starving. If you and your group has a significant amount of food storage, the sheriff might just be the one to say, hey, we're taking your food storage to give to these other people. It's not a stretch. I mean, it really could happen. And then what do? You're going to have to fight back, or are you going to keep your stuff? Well, is it against the law? Probably yes, and you could probably win in court. But little good it does you right then and there when the chips are falling the way they are. Now, to top that all off, if some colonel in the military or your sheriff isn't bad enough, you got to watch out for people in your own neighborhood. I mean, you could get a bunch of people in your neighborhood or your subdivision, and they all band together to keep everybody safe. And what happens in a neighborhood? There are people that didn't prepare. They're going hungry. So people will start making a suggestion that, hey, why don't you give some of your food storage to help out these other people? So now you're giving out the good food that you're the one that collected, and you did due diligence to get all this, and now you're having to give it to other people. And in the event they're hungry, they might just come and take it. So you got to watch out for people in your own neighborhood. Now you also have to watch out for your personal friends and relatives. Your Uncle Harry doesn't have anything. He'll come looking for food. Then he'll come back for some more, and he'll come back for some more. While that's cool and you probably plan for that, don't let that be a surprise when your friends or your next door neighbor want some of your food too. So let me just say this. Keeping your food storage a secret is of primary importance. We don't need to be telling anybody about our extensive food storage that we have, whether it's now or whether it's during a disaster. You keep quiet, because the minute that people find out that you have food storage, they are going to want a piece of it. Just think about the lady with 3 kids and she's hungry and her kids are hungry. She'll do just about anything to get your food. Some guy will come over and shoot you for your food. So keeping it quiet and not letting your hand get tipped that you have food storage is of huge importance. The minute that you start telling your friends, even your relatives, the guy next door, people in your neighborhood, that you have extra food, that's when they're going to want some, all right? Because they're going to be hungry, and imagine yourself hungry. So I would suggest that the minute a disaster happens, you take stuff from your house and put it somewhere where they can't be found. You know, down in the crawl spaces of your house, up in the attic, wherever, where people, if they come into your house, they can't see that you have food. I can't stress this enough. If you act like you don't have food and then you're keeping it for yourself, you'll be able to keep it for yourself. And you can share it with who you want to. And the sheriff or a colonel or whoever isn't going to find out that you have it. I also want to encourage you to tell your children to be quiet as well, because that's how people are going to find out, is your kids are telling their playmates that, hey, I ate today, I had food, and then they're going to tell their parents, all right? Or the kids will go, can I have some food too? Because they're hungry. So your kids have to be quiet as well. I would highly urge you to burn your trash and not leave it outside or just put it in a big heap out in front of your house or even in your backyard, because people come along and start searching the trash when they need food, and they see that you have all of this, seems like all this extra food on a continual basis, and then know that something's up. So burning your trash, getting rid of it somewhere, taking it somewhere and burying it is of vital importance, because that's how the government will find out. It'll be in your trash and people will tell. Also, another reason why not to tell people is because if they start offering rewards so that neighbors will tell on other neighbors about food storage, that's how the government's going to find out as well. And I would also finally like to urge you to stand in FEMA lines even if you don't need it. All right? Because when you stand in a FEMA line and act like you need the food, people will not suspect that you have extra food. All right? So be one of the people that is standing in the FEMA lines all the time so that you don't raise suspicion. Have your family do it. Somebody, so that you act like you need the food too. Because if you act like, oh, I don't need the FEMA lines, it's no big deal to me, then they'll know you have extra food. When you keep all the food to yourself, then you can give it to the people you want and not get it stolen, not get it taken. I would like to leave you on this note. I would also have a little food in an obvious place somewhere. That way, if someone does break into your house, they'll go and take that food right there and not go searching your entire house thinking you've hidden your food somewhere. If it's in an obvious place, and it doesn't have to be good food, it could be stuff that's expired, but it's kind of like a stash to steal, if you will. So if someone comes in the house, they see that, they'll take it, get on out, and it's kind of like food that you give away. So like if you get your wallet stolen or something like that, you have robbery cash. Well, this is your robbery stash of food. All right, so remember, libertarianism, maximum freedom with maximum responsibility. Won't you join our crusade to get the government to leave us alone? Anyway, if you like this channel, please like it, please share it with your friends, and subscribe to our channel. Hey, if you don't know who I am, I'm the Rhino for Survival Skills 101. Are you prepared to look forward?
All right, I was looking at off-grid, so I think this was it. I was looking at his channel, and he was talking about his here. Let's see here. Where is it? I don't know if you. I think he watches this channel now and again.
Okay. So
and he was talking about his.
Very concerned about securing stuff inside. And
he was talking about his shipping container he has here, and paint stripping off. And those things aren't made of real high grade steel, and they once that paint comes off, you have to use epoxy paint on this first of all, but once that paint comes off, they'll start rusting bad, especially on the roof. I have a, let's say I know of a cabin that has one of these, but it's buried underground, and what was done was a 4 foot by 4 foot hole was cut in the top with an end dropping trapdoor welded on. Then the whole thing was sprayed down with Rhino Shield, and then after that the whole thing was sprayed down with shotcrete, which will make that thing last a millennium. And then it was buried under the ground, and then his cabin was put down on top of it with a false door, a false floorboard that you'd pull up, but you couldn't see the door because there was a box of dirt that you couldn't see that was outside of the hole in the bottom, and you would have to push that dirt away to see that trapdoor, and then you could actually drop that trapdoor and go right down into that storage, just that storage container. So upgrade. I don't know if you're hearing that. It's probably hindsight now because you got your cabin up, but even still with it above ground, if you hit that real good with epoxy paint or something like a Rhino Shield, and then shotcrete it, it'll last forever till the end of the millennium. So
I was very concerned about somebody coming back here when I wasn't here and being able to cut a lock off and get in. So I paid, I think it was $125 extra to have this metal, try to get it out there. So I'm going to get up and hopefully install that other panel and then get the wiring, start the wiring process on it. And hopefully I'll have my new box in and my 2 new panels and everything coming in as of tomorrow.
So anyway, that was that. Here's some, for people that don't have a lot of space. Now I got plenty of space to grow in, but we have a lot of farmers and Amish markets around here, and honestly, it's cheaper for me to go to the auction because I can get like a bushel of tomatoes for anywhere from $6 to $12. It becomes cheaper for me to go there and do the auction thing than for me to spend a bunch of money putting down a 1/4 acre garden, because they have everything. Everything that I use and eat, tomatoes and peppers and onions and and different things through the year. But for people who don't have a lot of space, just stuff around your house, I'm going to show you a series here of about 3 or 4 videos that I did in the spring to utilize just the yard space in my house. And I was kind of flabbergasted in how much vegetables we actually made doing this. Not only were we canning our own vegetables, plus the stuff that I was selling at the vegetable booth and all that when stuff started getting to about the point I couldn't sell anymore, we would can it. And so I got all my food for free. I spent maybe $900 at the auction over 3 months, made somewhere around, I don't even remember. It was like, I think I netted somewhere around $3,000 to $5,000 or something. I didn't, I don't remember exactly. That was last year. But, so there's ways to do 2 things at once sometimes. My mind's always cranking. How do I do this, pull that off, not go into the hole and not spend a bunch of money and save some money and then when and anything I come out with extra every quarter, I usually buy like silver or something. But anyway, so I'm going to run this series here of several videos and kind of show you what I do here. My wife hates the garden when I do the big 1/4 acre. I mean, it's a job, man. Planting 200 tomato plants is not an easy job. And so, and since I have very clay heavy soil, you really got to plant that many plants to get a lot of tomatoes because they don't fruit real well in the clay. And you get a lot of problems with the grass and the bluegrass and the crabgrass and stuff, and then it gets to be 105 degrees and you're just like, oh, screw this, I ain't going out there anymore. So I found a better way to do it, and that's just by going to the Amish farm, down the street and getting what I need. So Anyway, let me go ahead and get this. I have to do this one at a time.
Alright, how you doing, folks? Everybody's been wondering what the heck we've been up to.
Oh, and I'm no Steven Spielberg, so, you know, take your Dramamine when you're watching my videos.
Out here, so this is what we've been doing. The whole house, the house side of the house. I'm usually dealing with that big garden out there every year. This year I decided not to mess with the garden because we have so much stuff canned and put away, plus we use the Amish auction. And excuse this mess because we still have a lot of plants to plant, but what we've been doing is to work on the infrastructure. So David, Destination Human's been down here helping me twice now, and what we have done, let me zoom back a little bit. There we go. What we've done is we've taken this nasty old dead yard I had to deal with mowing and losing blades, and we have circled and laid it out, and what I'm doing is I'm making an Italian garden. We got planter boxes here for raised garden. Planter boxes here. Only thing that's missing here is I'm putting a trellis here, an arch trellis, and these boxes are going to have pole beans coming out of it. And then I pounded a orange rose bush for my grandma right here because this is her favorite color. And one of these days I'll get around to setting up the what do you call it, the hummingbird feeder. And I planted a pink rose bush here in the middle. I'm gonna have a little like lamb there for Stormy. We got one tomato. We're gonna grow a squash on one side and a zucchini on the other. We got eggplant here, and then a Baltic ivy to climb up this trellis. We got these two solar-powered fairy balls here. Those are dragon lilies. And then what we've done, we've not got to it yet. I got to get all the mulch in, but put a patio peach here. We tore all this nasty mess of rotten wood that used to be like this that had fallen apart because I did it in 2002. And we've wrapped the house here. Those are the irises that might come up eventually. And we're going to get mulch all in through here and pea gravel, and then I'm dumping pea gravel back in there. And then we got these big old bushes here. And then we got vine. I got to finish doing putting up the picket here, and then as you can see the vines are already reaching. And then I have cauliflower, broccoli, and
that went totally to seed without making a single thing.
And Brussels sprouts here, waiting to go to seed, and they're going to drop in this ground and take off on their end. So that's the deal. Thanks.
Yeah, my phone was ringing or something, so I had to run to the phone. All right, let's see here. Let's do the next one.
All right, good afternoon. This is the Italian garden update. So we kind of got all this done. We got the flagstone off finished, or paving stone off finished. We got tomatoes planted, more tomatoes planted here, peppers here. Got my bean seeds in. Tree. Look, it's a tree. Tiger lilies ought to be starting to throw up stems here pretty soon. Eggplant in this pot, along with a Baltic ivy to climb up this thing. This is the little memorial for the daughter that I lost, Stormy. So that's a little pink rose bush because her name was Stormy Rose, and a little angel I picked up at the nursery today. So, and then today we went and got a truckload of mulch and got this up front mostly finished. I'm probably going to need another truckload, but I've been buying bags at Walmart It's like there's never enough. So we went and got a truckload, and we got all this laid down today. Looks really nice. Taking it all the way down to the end. Right now here we're going to put a pasta garden. That end and this end. Eventually I'm going to go down this mess in the back, but there's like a bunch of stumps in here that I'm going to have to dig out. From bushes from 100 years ago. Get Danny out here and trim these damn bushes down before they go over the roof of the house. There's my self-seeding Brussels sprout. I'm actually able to get this whole video done today. Yesterday, right in the middle of making it, some nosy-ass neighbor had to pull up here and find out, what are you doing? Nosy, a small town, nosy-ass neighbors, right? We're putting irises in here. We got some poke. That's called poke. That's actually edible. And some little lilies here. Violets, although the violets have already bloomed and done. This is a bunch of bags of assorted lilies and irises and tiger lilies and bushes and ornamental grasses, stuff like that. I got my pickets today so I can fix the front porch. That all got rotten over the years. And that's about it. We're all done with what we can get done. I've got seeds to be planting. I ordered some really extravagant seeds. I keep hoping my arch trellis will get finished so I can get that up and rocking and rolling here. I got some pots to anchor it because I'm going to run cardinal, they're called trumpet vines. They make a trumpet flower. It brings hummingbirds and stuff in. I got so many cats. I was going to put a bird bath in, but I don't want to make a trap for cats for the local birds. Got a couple hostas coming up here. This thing ends up with covered in morning glories every year. My English ivy, the winter was so bad it killed it. I mean, it's not even, I got one little bit left here. Got morning glories coming up like crazy. And a little bit there, that English ivy used to run all the way up. It was running up on the eaves. So, that's it. There's the redneck barbecue. And since piece got run over with the lawnmower, I gotta use a pop can to stuff this. Alright, so that's the deal. Alright, as you can see, the mess is decreasing.
Get our yard man.
Yeah, there's our yard man out there, Lois, her sister. And we're getting more and more covered here. And we have completed the trellis. I worked on it all morning. Dave come and finish it up for me. Lois is determined to break my mower. And Steven Spielberg, I am not. Say hi, Shannon. Show them how preggers you are. She looks like the first joint I ever tried to roll. All right, and we got on the front porch here, we got our, this will be all herbs once I balance that out and level it. Got the fence or the porch railing up. This will have the bird of paradise plants in it once the seeds germinate, which is the biggest pain in the butt you can imagine. And this, which is still got to get a grip, needs some more water. We're going to trim this here and put something in there. I don't know. I'm thinking raspberry or blackberry bushes all the way down through there. And Liz is starting to patch a hostas here. I already got stuff planted here. This makes the weirdest little red flower you ever seen. And we're going to trim out along here as well. I don't know what we're going to put, probably just some bushes or something in here. And that be it. We got all our fruit trees in. And there's where the garden that's not getting any attention this year. We're taking a year off of it. See ya. All right, it's midday, so everything's a little wilted, but given the garden update, morning glories are starting to take off here. Sort of wild grasses or ornamental grasses we're planting. Squash, zucchini, flowers are all busting out. My dogwood trees are taking off. As you can see, everything's busting out big time. That we've actually been eating out of that. Lettuce, green onions are coming in quick. Tomatoes that much bigger. The beans and peppers are going. We even got little cayenne peppers coming on already. Bunches of them. And the Roma beans are coming in full. See the pole beans are taking off up their twine. And I got these other assorted vines working here.
Yeah, I'm showing you this to show you that I just don't talk the talk. I walk the walk too.
Cool, I just killed another. My wife's got all these goofy things all over the place, and they're always in the way. I've broken most of them. Eggplant. Got a cucumber here taking off. Tomatoes are going good. Red trumpet vines are climbing up this as they're supposed to. Elephant ear on this one pot came in. This one just can't seem to get going. It keeps trying, but I think it's getting choked out by this other stuff here. It keeps trying to throw out a new leaf, but just can't seem to get a good hold. That's gonna be, it's called a shrimp plant. The flower looks like a shrimp. Man, let's see what's going on around here. Got my broccoli and cauliflower seeding. I'm making seeds here with these for the next year. Got buds coming on that Japanese tulip or lily or whatever. Herb boxes, nothing's coming. I'm getting sour grass like crazy, but I'm not getting much out of my herb boxes. Just bunching onions. Oh, all this junk on the porch. Every time I get something cleaned up, somebody slams something new right in the space. I'm losing the war to the sweetheart vines. Oh well. Got some hostas and the lilies are coming in pretty good. Need some rain. It's been awful hot. I haven't done anything with this yet. Got these old stumps cleaned up and some stuff, ornamental grasses planted around some of this stuff. There's Scar. He's a feral cat, and he's meaner than hell. One of these days, I think I'm gonna have to put him out because he attacks everybody and everything. This is a lettuce box. A lot of lettuce coming up in here. Plus, I got beets coming up here, all along the row, along the line here. Little ferns. Watermelon plants are coming out of their containment area. The peas are coming in slow. I think there's one right in there. More Roma green beans. There's a bigger pea plant. They'll climb right up there. I don't think we're going to get many. I think my seeds were too old. Many of them didn't sprout. I think it was a bag I've been working on for 7-8 years. Cucumber plant. I don't know what's doing this, but something's burning the leaves. I don't know if the cats are getting here and taking a leak on stuff or what. Pissing me off.
And the wind never stops blowing on my hill, by the way, as you can see.
Out there we'll be working on that circle for Hawks Fest. We're going to put in a good sized swing and some benches and stuff out there. Got to hang out and sit on. And that's where we've gotten. Thank you. P.S. We canned up 14 quarts of cabbage yesterday. Put it on the shelf. First time I ever canned it. So we're not going to can anymore until we're sure this works and they stay sealed. See ya.
All right, and by the way, that was the first year we ever tried to can cabbage. It's so low acid, it's kind of hard to can. We opened our first jar. I wanted to wait a while the other day, and it was perfect. No problems at all. So, cabbage can be canned. My mom kept saying, you can't can cabbage. So anyway, let's see. Here's one of my trips to the Amish auction when I got home.
Went up to the Amish auction today, and this is what we got. For well under $200, there's about 700 pounds of produce here. Got beets, there's 3 boxes there, 8 packs of blueberries, German tomatoes, squash, big cucumbers, little cucumbers, Roma beans, more cucumbers, Roma beans, more beets, more Roma beans, more cucumbers. You're going out on video, so onions, squash, tomatoes, Roma beans, more cucumbers. I'm going to make a lot of relish. And we only want one little box of these, some blackberries. And all of this cabbage. I got this cabbage for 10 cents a head, and that giant cabbage for 20 cents a head. So all in all, there's about $600 in grocery store price produce here for well under $200. I think it was under $150, but anyway. And it's all organic, hand garden grown on Amish farms. So if you consider what you pay for in the organic aisle, we're probably looking at $800 worth of food here. We're going to be canning all week. Thank you. Try this again. Good afternoon, everybody. Say hi to Coco. What doing, Coco? Oh, this is Coco, the family dog. Yeah. Anyway, so everybody's been wondering what's going on with our Italian garden. So this is what's going on. Look at this. How this is going. I am pulling more squash and zucchini off all this stuff. Yeah, that's why I got 7 dust on it. The Japanese beetles showed up today, like an army. It was insane. I've never seen anything like it. It was like they just discovered we were here, and they went and called all their buddies. So anyway, this is what's going on. We got having a hard time seeing it so bright out here. We got our okra plant going. These are the little wispy dogwood trees I got going. Everything's just busting out lush and awesome. I can barely see the screen, so I don't know what you're looking at here. These are cherry tomatoes. They're really bringing on Roma beans. And they're getting loaded with beans. Well, we can't see them here. They're somewhere here. Got my cayennes, they're coming on nice. Oh, go make a fool of me. There you go. See, we got the Roma beans coming in here real good. There's a lot of bigger ones in here. Just got to flip everything over and look. But they're all.
And you might wonder why I mix cayennes with Roma beans. Roma beans put off in the yellow spectrum, and I hate putting 7 dust. I don't mind putting it on zucchini because it doesn't get down onto the vegetables, but I hate putting 7 dust if I don't have to on green beans because that will get onto your vegetables. If you plant cayenne with your green beans, and the Japanese beetle, they're a yellow spectrum attacker, but they hate cayennes. And not only do they hate cayennes, cayenne peppers, certain types of wasp like them, and they will kill Japanese beetles, and they'll eat aphids so fast they'll run through your aphids like crazy. As good, if not better, than ladybugs. I always release ladybugs into the environment, but that's why you're seeing cayennes mixed into this.
Coming in. Another cherry tomato plant going there. These are my pole beans. Remember last time I showed you they were about halfway up this string? Look at that, man. They are going crazy. And then just assorted flowers. And it's really cool. You come out here in the early afternoon and just everything is just loaded up. Just loaded up. Butterflies everywhere. A little birdhouse craziness and just some stuff floating around. Different plants and marigolds and just all kinds of stuff. It just looks so pretty out here anyway. I've got a nice eggplant going on here in this. And my shrimp flower that I'd never heard of before is starting to bloom. So we got this going on. And the red trumpet vines for the hummingbirds are coming on, as you see. I'm climbing up these poles. We thought this was a cucumber when I first put it in. Initially, when I planted it to be I thought it was a squash plant, but I don't know we don't know what it is, and everything that comes on it, whatever that is, Liz thinks it's a cushaw, but they all rot just as soon as they come on. So we're not having good luck with this, whatever it is, but it ain't what I planted.
And it did end up being a cushaw.
Tomatoes coming in there. I'm not entirely sure how well this is focusing because it's so bright I can't even see my screen. You know, we got a little squash coming in here and stuff. So that's what's going on out front here. The little flowers and stuff. I need to deadhead these roses. And then I've started my produce booth. So, and I got my that's my broccoli and cauliflower seeding out, so I'll have the seeds for this fall or late summer. And then I got my produce stand going up here. I just cut my oregano this morning. Nice fresh oregano and tomatoes, zucchinis, fairy tale squash, onions, cucumbers, zucchini, tomatoes, eggs, cabbage, more tomatoes. These are my basil boxes. I got all the seeds in yesterday. Chai boxes. Italian flat beans or Roma beans. Beets and bell peppers. Better Boy tomatoes. Number 2 reds. It's just crazy. It's just awesome. Having all kinds of fun with this, actually. It's like something new to do. Other than sit in front of the computer and enjoy the drama of the radio station and everybody arguing all the time. Actually, the bushes that my wife destroyed seem to be trying to come back. Say hi, kitties. Say hi to the kitties. See, Tiger Boy? He's got a little bit of Bengal mixed in him. See? Say hi, girls. They're all little girls. They don't have conjunctivitis or anything. There's their daddy back there. Well, there's hell with that. I'm out of here. Of course, nothing's really going on in here except for I have this, and this makes no sense. I have this just rogue tomato plant. Came out of nowhere. I didn't throw a seed in there, but it's there. And Liz is using all these stumps and stuff. She's planting, so we don't have to mow around this stuff or weed eat around it. She's using this and planting different plants around it and mulching it. She's been working on this flower garden area all morning. We took our blueberry bushes out of the center garden and replanted them, and they seem to be coming back. They were dying out there. I guess it was just too hot. The hostas, and she's got all these nice flowers going on out here. They're still working on it. I had to take a break. It was getting tiring. And this is our lettuce bed. I got flowers and stuff going on in here too, but this isn't going to be, I didn't really intend to do anything this last year, but I needed to get something going in it so the soil was working, and so the grass would come up and we could get it pulled. But so I just put a bunch of bib lettuce in here. There's another one of those rogue tomato plants, got one down there. Oh, this is my watermelon. This thing has lost its ever-loving mind. So anyway, it's going nuts. I'm gonna have to build a barrier because you do not want cucumbers and watermelon cross-pollinating, or you'll end up with bad cucumbers and bad watermelon. So I gotta get these things to turn the corner. I got marigolds coming up. We got Roma beans in here as well. So there you go. That's what's going on. We're also working on the circle. This is more for Hawks Fest than anything. I kind of got all that wood for free. God, I hope I'm recording. I can't even see nothing on here. Am I recording? I bet I'm not. We're working on that for Hawks Fest. And I have a feeling I'm not recording because I cannot see what I'm doing. Get out of the... Yes, I am recording. Okay, so Steven Spielberg, I am not. So what we're going to do for Hawks Fest is, because there's kids going to be here, me and David wrung that out, and I had gravel.
And I never did get around to getting this done. This project fell away because I ran out of money.
And I got somebody down at the nursery. They had these in a big pile. They're like, excuse me, some kind of shipping crate for, I don't know, whatever it was. And I said how much you want for them. So I got all this plus several more that I got scattered about, like that one, scattered all over the place, to make benches and raised beds, and we can attach raised beds to benches and just make a really kind of cool decor kind of thing going on. So anyway, that's got it. Say hi, PJ. PJ! Say hi. Anyway, that's about the gist. Looks nice, doesn't it? It's really nice hanging out here, too. All right, y'all have a good one. Bye.
Well, I'm here at the Hawk's Nest and getting a couple minute break before more weather heads in, but I had to come out here and show you the river that comes right down through his yard. Oh my goodness. Got another little spurt.
Well, and this isn't even the worst of it. This is after the rain. If we get a hard rain, the back of my field is higher than down here at this end of the field, and sometimes you'll have a raging river running through my yard at like 4 miles an hour. About 3 foot deep. It's insane.
The weather coming, it's over there. I mean, this crap will be done, but look at this. That's coming out of his field where the tobacco's at. That's where I chopped up all that wood last year, and then The river runs through it. Just got done getting all that gravel spread there. If you can tell that there's gravel inside that. And then down through the middle of the driveway. Right through the yard. And then right through the break in his wall going out to the ditch outside. Take a good look at this. Holy crap. Wow. Now where it goes. It's crazy. Well, hopefully this breaks up so I can get back to work. Still got a lot of work before Hawks Fest. Signing off. Y'all take care.
Can you believe that?
I'm recording, so. Alright, I'm trying to get ready for Hawks Fest. This is Hawks Fest right now. A bunch of unassembled fucking wood. I've done my best. Everyone's been busy, but still. Danny's over there trying to help me get all these raised beds put together.
This is when I was so mad after the storm when half my freaking maple tree drops in the middle of my yard.
As you can see, I gotta get it cut up, split up, jumped up, whatever. Hi, kitty kitty. Anyway. We got another tree down there this couple of months ago. And actually it's kind of good. You know, that swing there was actually sitting right there. It missed getting absolutely destroyed by milliseconds. I know David needs to, we got one park bench done, or what you want to call it, you know, picnic bench, and we got this one done. And we got some wood over here. But I'm kind of tired of this crap being in my goddamn yard, because we also have to mow it, and I got to pay Danny to weed eat around it, whatever. This at one point was a honestly, it was a $250 pile of dirt that was about that high, but it's all been washed away because we haven't had time to manage to get it into the raised beds, and now it's just growing grass and all that kind of crap. As you can see, I'm in a really pissy mood right now just by putting in it. Hi, birdies. Brah! Anyway, everything be going crazy. I don't know what the hell. Why is this out here? Hey, look, I got a little watermelon. I got a little watermelon. Oh, that makes my day good. I'm not. We just had some wind blow through here at a level that straight line winds. It made no sense. And then I got kitties over here. What are you doing, kitty? See, look. See this kitty? That kitty's taking a piss. Oh my God. Taking a leak in my boxes. Mothballs. I planted a lot of Brussels sprouts in here. They were all coming like crazy. They were coming up. It was awesome. They were looking good. And then the cats got in there, started digging around, taking a crap, taking a leak, whatever, and they're all dead. As you can see, there are no Brussels sprouts left. There were 400 Brussels sprouts coming up. Now I got 1, 2. Alright, well my wife likes cats. I can't stand freaking cats.
What's up, David?
Let's go.
What's up? You're breaking up. I can't hear you.
Hey, I'm breaking up. Breaking up. Oh, get kicked out watching these videos over again.
It sounds like you've got demons running around the back.
God, I hope not.
Yeah, that was the day the storm like knocked the tree down and really put a wrench in my plans for the next week because we had to stop everything we were doing and get 2 trees out of the way. Can you hear me?
Yeah, at least we everything survived for the most part.
Yeah, it was amazing how close it came to taking out them trees or taking out those benches.
I know it. That would have been really ticked off if they had taken those out.
Yeah, you thought I was talking about you about that unassembled wood, didn't you?
Well, you were.
No, actually I wasn't. I had told Danny like 500 times to move that wood. We were almost done.
That's true. We were.
It's like, get this wood out of the damn yard. It's like, get it out of the yard, please. Just get it out of the yard. I was paying him. It's like, get it out of the damn yard.
It was like 2 weeks before Rockfest and all that.
Yeah, I was getting stressed. All I needed was, 7 tons of tree down in the middle of my freaking yard at that point. And the thing was, that would have been the better week to have Hawksfest because it wasn't so damn hot. It was like the middle of September. It turned into hell here when everybody showed up.
I didn't really want to repeat of the first Hawksfest where we got flooded right out of our tents.
Oh yeah, that was interesting. Okay, hold on. I have one more I need to play here, David. So just kind of stand by, man.
Okay.
Hello, everybody. Well, we're just about ready for Hawksfest. Look at them crazy watermelons going everywhere. As you can see, we've been splitting and cutting and chopping and taking down wood and getting campfire wood put together. Got this area back here finally finished. David built 2 of these big picnic tables. We're going to make this kind of the cook kitchen kind of area here. That way we got access to the freezers and stuff out back. Of course, this won't look like this on this weekend, but we got these. I took these old wheel holder boxes from a trailer company that ships trailers, and we turned these into a combination of little raised beds and benches people can sit on, and all kinds of little stuff, little bistro area. Plus, everybody will have some chairs. Because of power issues, I was going to set up the stage for the show out there by the barn, but I got to be close to the fuse box, which is in there. So what we're going to do is kind of, and hopefully people don't trample down my trees, is we're going to just kind of sit at a little kitty corner right here off of these trees, kind of pointing off into the woods. That way I'm not blowing everybody up with 40,000 watts of rock and roll power, because I got a neighbor over there that's kind of a pain in the ass. They're on the other side of them trees, but of course I owe them one. They love to shoot their 4th of July mortars off over here and send me crashing to the floor. It's time to... We had a rogue tomato plant come in there making those grape tomatoes. Oh, what else is going on? Basically just got to get all the grills around there set up and stuff. These boxes used to have squash and zucchini in them. I'm getting Brussels sprouts and broccoli.
Yeah, it's really funny. Those Brussels sprouts and boxes I built, those things have never made, they have not made one single Brussels sprouts, but those little bastards are still alive, even though they were buried under 3 inches of snow, or 3 foot of snow a week ago.
Here, got a watermelon plant here, giving it its best shot. Green beans are about done. That's got broccoli cauliflower in it. And this has all got broccoli and cauliflower planted seeds in here for the fall. It's time to plant that stuff. Not much else going on. Sunflower didn't make much in the way of seeds. Finally cut our Cushall plant back out. It had literally, it started out in that box, it went and was wrapping around this stuff, went up there. I had a Cushall hanging 4 foot off the ground. It ran all the way up to the front porch. Oh, basil and cilantro boxes are looking good. Looks like they need some water though. I did have some real nice green onions growing here until the cats decided that was a nice comfortable bed to lay in, of course. So they get in here and dig around, make a mess. Hope that ain't pee. Oh, and that's about it. That's the gist of it. Talk it to you later.
All right, that was the end of that series. So anyway, as you see, folks, you can use you can use a small space, make it pretty so your neighbors don't bitch, and grow a lot of food right in it. Because if you surround it with flowers, they don't realize there's food in there. Because that seems to be what makes the neighbors bitch, especially if you live in town. They don't want to see that somebody's actually growing food and doing something. They want to make sure you go to the grocery. So anyway, David, we're back. Did I lose him? I don't even know if he's still there. Yeah, he's still here.
Okay.
You're up late.
Yeah, I'm about ready to crash, but when I started seeing these videos, I watching them a little bit more, watching them again.
I'm barely getting you. I'm getting every third word.
Is this better?
Yeah, that's a little better. I was getting it like every third word.
Okay. I was standing back from the computer a little bit, but seeing the videos over again, finding myself how much hard work I put in over there, how much hard work we put in over there.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it was more than just you, it was all of us. Working our ass off.
We worked our butts off, yeah. But, just to say, we talked about having community, or having neighbors, or friends, or whatever. And what you can do in a small space, produce a lot of food. I mean, if we were to, there's a lot of flowers and things in pots and whatnot, but if we turn that space completely into a complete garden, just completely inundated with food, there's enough to, feed.
Well, actually, all those flowers serve a very specific purpose. They bring in pollinators. Yeah, they bring in pollen. Well, you know this. Not everybody knows this, but they bring in pollinators. Number one, a lot of specific different types of flowers keep destructive bugs out. Like, it's like I was talking about. Planting cayenne with your green beans will keep the Japanese beetles at bay a little bit, and marigolds. A lot of bugs, especially aphids, hate marigolds. I don't know why. And marigolds will trick Japanese beetles. They'll come in and think they got dinner and realize they don't and get a bad taste in their mouth, and they'll run off elsewhere.
Also keeps the moles away.
Right.
So, yeah, I mean, everything in that garden is beneficial to one another.
Right.
So, just to show. I mean, just to show. You folks see that, how small of an area that was. I mean, it just went around the house, basically. Little sitting area, garden area, but it produced quite a bit of food. More than we. I mean, if we get more produce stamp this year buying from the auction than we have done in the past. So that will be the way to go against spring.
You're back to every third word.
Really? Well, then I think I'll probably just get off here. I don't know what.
Now you're doing fine. I don't know if you're getting too close or too far away or gating out or I don't know. You there?
Yeah, I'm hitting my mic pretty good. I mean, I'm hitting almost into the red on my mic.
Yeah, it might have something to do with my broadcast. Let's see. Hawk's Nest isn't running. I don't know. Who knows, man? It's a freaking internet, right?
Right. That it is.
All right, anyway.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and drop off here. And be looking forward to making more videos come this spring about what we're going to be doing as far as canning and vegetables and all that kind of good stuff. So stay tuned for everything.
You're going to love this. I'm giving up on that thing in the circle. Danny's going to love.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Danny's going to love it when I got him pulling all that pea gravel up, and moving it somewhere else. I'm going to dig that out and re-wall it and put in a 5-foot deep pond that we could keep maybe some goldfish and some bluegills in and stuff and some duckweed and just turn it into a water feature so I don't have to mow the frickin' thing anymore.
Well, at least it will be refreshed with more water from time to time.
Oh well, yeah, and good, good rich water. I'll probably have to muck it out once a year.
Yeah, probably will. Go back to what we had originally planned by re-walling everything back up again.
Yeah. With them building that new road, there is fresh rock everywhere to go pick up and bring in, and then and then we can just creep that up. And put a new 4-foot wall around there like it used to, or not a 4-foot, a 2-foot wall like it used to be. One end has sunk, as you can see.
Oh yeah.
So, because there is a cave under my property, and there's a certain amount of sinkage that happens here and there as the cave collapses. I still need to find somebody with a flashlight and some guts to climb up under my. Somebody even smaller than you. It'd have to be Shinona or well, he might be getting too big too now. Shinona's son, whose name just went flying out of my head. Ryan, yeah. Send him back there with a flashlight and just see how deep that cave goes. I know that if you go back too far, it drops straight down because we sent a remote control car with a camera back in there, and it got back so far and then it just disappeared into the abyss.
Oh goodness.
But it would be interesting to know what's actually back there. I mean, I can't fit my big ass back there. I got, my shoulders are, like as wide as a doorway, so I can't get in there.
And you really want to stick Shannon down there? I'll make sure that I tie a rope to her ankle.
Yeah, we'll tie a rope to her so we can haul her back up.
Yeah. Anyway, brother, I'm going to let you go. And I'll be seeing you probably on Sunday.
All right, that's cool. I got a bag of seeds here for you sitting, so.
Cool deal.
All right, man.
Right on.
Talk to you
we'll
later.
talk at you later.
Yep.
Y'all out there, take care.
Bye. All righty, and you tidy whities. Let's see. All right, yeah, everybody, yeah, that seed bank, you have to be careful on that seed bank thing. You know, if you just go to the station, make a $100 donation, that notification does not go to my wife. You have to use the seed bank buttons where the notification doesn't go to my wife and the seeds don't get sent. I've had that happen several times. So anyway, just make sure if you want the seeds, you use the seed page and not the donation page. Use the seed pages. Because, you know, there's been a couple of times people get mad at me because they didn't get their seeds. I'm like, and I'll go back and look it up. Well, they just sent it as a donation. So my wife handles shipping, so she never got the notifications. So, anywho, next up, urban survival concepts. And if people want to call in through this, they can. I'll be on air for about another 90 minutes, and then I'm not going to run all night. I found that if I try to run all night, what happens is one of those YouTube, you know, video commercials that come up, and they will actually CP strike me for that. Go figure that out. I run a YouTube commercial and I get a CP strike. This coming from Black Scout Survival.
What's up, guys? Black Scout Survival, and today we're going to be talking about urban survival concepts. And, you know, I've done a lot of urban survival videos in the past, but I really never broke down what's the reason for urban survival.
Somebody asked a question in the chat room, how do you know you're not getting GMO seeds? I don't sell GMO seeds. I only work with they're not even hybrid seeds. The only thing we carry is heirloom seeds, completely. I've worked with several companies in the past. I've had other companies that do this, that will send me seeds and I'll sample them, and half the time they're mislabeled. I'll plant a seed and get a completely different plant. The company I'm working with now, I actually went to visit them. They are heirloom seeds brought in from all over the country. It is a very good pack. I've never had anybody ever complain or have a failure with them unless they have a black thumb.
You know, a lot of people are interested in it, but I just want to kind of like state what my, I guess, idea behind urban survival is, and some concepts and, you know, survival priorities and stuff like that. But initially, let's talk about why would you be in an urban survival situation. You know, wilderness survival, you may get lost out in the woods, or hunting, hiking, canoeing, or something like that. But in an urban situation, it's going to be because of some kind of catastrophic event, maybe a riot. You've seen a lot of riots, you know, in major cities and stuff like that. And there's been some recently in the news. Natural disasters like Katrina, I think that's been a lesson for all of us, and you know, getting in the preparedness mindset and have a plan. Katrina, you know, took a lot of lives and put a lot of people in bad situations. And then also we have terrorist attacks like the 9/11 attacks, you know, and with the state of the world today with ISIS and, you know, a lot of other things going on, you know, it's a possibility, and it's good to be prepared for it and have a plan. And first, let's talk about priorities. You know, what is your priorities in a urban survival situation? You know, initially you want to move away from the threat, whether it be a riot. If you're in a riot area, you want to get out of there. If it's a terrorist attack, you know, get away from there. And if, you know, natural disaster, hurricane or something like that, you want to get away from the area, you know, bug out per se. And in the military, they say get off the X, you know, get off the dime is the term for that, you know, get out of the danger zone. Then you, your next priority is to, you know, check yourself and treat your injuries if you have any, you know, or anybody that's with you. because if it's a severe bleeding or something like that, you may not even make it to where your bug out location or to a safe place because you're too injured or whatnot. Then your next plan, if you don't have a weapon, is to find a weapon or some way to defend yourself. Especially in a riot and stuff like that. If you're in a bad area and you're not part of the riot, you may have violence taken action upon you. If you're in an escape and evasion situation, if you've been taken captive or something like that, you want to find a weapon, some way to defend yourself. And if you live in a good state that you're allowed to carry concealed, then I definitely recommend doing that. The next thing is obviously establish communications with your loved ones or your network, a group of people that can help you, aid you to get out there, or maybe you help or aid them to get out of the bad situation. Different types of communications, whether it be cell phones may go down. You may already have a pre-plan or something like that, a way to communicate. Then your next objective, I'd say, would be to gather intelligence and basically find out what's going on around you, so you can you may have to change your plan because the area that you were going to for safety may now be compromised. So you want to be able to find out information, gather intel to help better you and your plan. After that, you want to execute your plan. Just remember to stay mobile and to stay, open-minded to have to change your plan, because that may be a possibility depending on the situation. Like I said, area may be compromised, you may get injured, somebody, your loved ones may be injured, and you may have to change your plan because you cannot move, or blockade of a road may keep you from going this direction. A lot of wilderness skills will transfer over into an urban survival scenario. That's why in a lot of my videos I do a lot of wilderness stuff too, and people are really concentrate on urban stuff, but you need to learn the basics of wilderness survival. Wilderness survival will help you become more resourceful. You may find empty lighter on the ground or something like that, and because you know how to make a fire with a spark-based material, you can do that. There's more resources in an urban area, so you can use nefarious skills like lock picking to maybe find a shelter, a safe place in an abandoned building or something like that, somewhere, instead of going out into the wilderness and constructing a shelter. It's better to find one that's already built, and this will aid you in protection. The urban does require some different skills, like I said, than wilderness, like the lock picking. It may require social engineering, gray man concepts, keeping a low profile. A lot of stuff we've already covered in the past. Go back over and watch those videos if you'd like to get more information on that. But it does require the wilderness skills to give you that resourcefulness, but also using skills that are strictly for urban areas. So, like I said, urban areas offer different, resources like shelters. You use cardboard for, making shelters. Food procurement could be, you could get, dumpster dive, find stuff in trash, or you may have to go for pigeons and other types of animals like that in a urban survival situation. It's food. They're animals. It's just like hunting or snaring or trapping. In a wilderness situation, you're just applying those same wilderness techniques to an urban environment, like I said before. That's why that's important. Have several escape plans. You never know when like I said, situations, your plans may be compromised. So have several escape plans, and go ahead and have these plans prepared and share them with your family or your network. So that way, if you lose communications, you already know what to execute and when to execute it with each other. The next thing is know your environment. My environment may be different than yours. You may, live in a larger city. You may live in a more rural area. Know your environment, know your people. Always, be prepared. Keep a bug out bag in your vehicle. A lot of people keep them in their house, but what if your house catches on fire? Then you're really screwed. I personally keep one in my house and one in my vehicle. And most of the time, if you have to bug out, you're probably not even going to be away. You're probably going to be away from home anyway, and you're going to only have what you have in your vehicle. So keep a bug out bag in your vehicle and keep a good pair of boots or walking shoes, because you may have to move out on foot because, you know, roads could be blocked. Have your basic items on you. You know, check out our video, Urban Survival Kit, where I go over the necessary items that you need to keep on your person, what we call first line gear, stuff that you have on your person. Make sure you always carry those items on you. But with, you know, today's problems, today's society, things have changed, and it's always good to have a plan and be prepared. And be prepared for any situation, regardless if it's urban, wilderness, or whatever. But check out blackscoutsurvival.com for more tips and tutorials. If you haven't subscribed, please subscribe. And as always, thank you for watching.
When we venture out into the wild, we should carry a survival kit. This is just common sense. Yet, when people venture into the city, they often go with nothing. It doesn't make any sense. After all, what's wilder than the city? I've been working the last few years in downtown New York City, Madison Avenue, the belly of the beast, and have modified my kit from when I used it to drive to work 15 minutes from home to where I now commute 35 miles each way by train. Naturally, you can't carry as much when you rely on public transport, so you must choose your items carefully. This is what works for me, and I'd like to show it to you now. Okay, now, let's talk about the bag itself. Basically, there are two ways you can go. An actual backpack type, which rides on your back, or a messenger bag. Now, I actually prefer the messenger bag. This basically goes around your shoulder, and a lot of the weight is supported by your hip. And this has a lot of advantages, in my opinion, over the backpack, in that, first of all, when you're getting on the train, you can easily move it to the front and sit down. Everything's accessible. Or if you're walking, you have the ability to move it closer to your body. Whereas if it's on your back, like a regular type, you know, backpack, knapsack, rucksack, you don't have as much control when you're walking or when you're on a crowded train environment, and you can always be pulled back. Whereas with this, there's nothing to really grab onto except the strap. So this is actually a rapid comm bag. The best kind of bag, I think, is one that doesn't scream tactical for a city environment. This one does have some elements of tactical look to it, but I like it because it's a very strong, sturdy bag, and it holds what I need for it to hold. And
I'm just gonna kill that because that was like looking like somebody said in the chat room, a freaking fashion show. Alright, so here's A to Z bushcraft survival and wilderness skills from Undercurrent Palo. Good video.
Haven't got to worry in the world you're leaving. Maybe take good care of yourself, please stay where the wind blows, where the river meets the sea. I'll be waiting for the day when you come back to me. I'll be waiting.
Hello, I'm Andrew Price. I've been practicing the skills of bushcraft since I was about 8 years old. And now I run Dryad Bushcraft, which gives me the opportunity to teach other people the skills that I've learned along the way. Bushcraft is nothing new. It's been a way of life for people for thousands of years. More and more people are spending their time going out learning the skills of bushcraft. But what is bushcraft? Well, for me, bushcraft is the skills that enable me to be comfortable in the outdoors using the minimum amount of equipment. In addition to a knife, a good solid axe is a very useful tool to have for bushcraft. Now the axes I use are made by Gränsfors Bruks in Sweden, and you even have the maker's initials stamped into the blade here, Lennart Peterson. Now a small forest axe is about the size of my fingertips to my elbow in length, which makes it very useful. It can be put into a rucksack and it can be carried. It's not too heavy. Now I'm going to split this piece of wood for making a spoon. And the position I'm in here, if I slit, all that's going to happen is it'll hit the log. So what I'm doing is just shaping the handle of the spoon now. And an axe really does take a lot of the effort out of carving. A job that would take an hour with a knife could be done in about 20 minutes with an axe. Another thing with an axe is that you can hold it in a lot of different ways. So as well as using it as a splitting tool by holding it at the end of the handle, you can hold it further towards the head, which reduces the amount of leverage you have, but it increases the amount of control you have over the blade. You can even hold the head of the axe and use it in this way for some very fine carving, and possibly even use it to replace a knife. One of the problems with a small forest axe is because of its short handle length, if you try to use it in a standing position, it'll just come into your leg. So a good way to avoid that is to stand astride a piece of wood. So I've raised it up just an inch or so on another piece. Position it so that the front of the log you're trying to split is level with your ankles. And then we need to deliver a short, sharp blow. In order to sharpen an axe, I use this. It's a small steel, a diamond hone. And basically it's a piece of steel that's impregnated with industrial diamonds. And if you look very closely in the sunlight, you can see it twinkling. And these are these miniature diamonds. So as we rub our blade against the metal surface, the metal's worn away, exposing the tips of these diamonds. And the way to use it is to very carefully, running in very small circles, just aim to take a very small amount of metal off each time. You have to be extremely careful when you're using this technique that you don't reach the end of the stone and cut your finger, but as long as you take your time, you shouldn't have any problems. So once you've done one side of the blade, you can then turn it over and start working on the other side. So the object of friction firelighting is to rub two pieces of wood together and generate friction. So friction being the force that creates heat when we rub our hands together, just like this. So the same principle is employed in lighting a fire. So by rubbing these two pieces of wood, this piece of hazel and this piece of ivy together, we generate friction. That friction breaks down the wood, and then when the wood breaks down into a very fine dust that we call a coal, it will eventually start to smolder. Now the wood we'll use today for the bow drill method will be a drill made from hazel and a hearth made from ivy. We're also going to use a bearing block. This is a piece of holly that's been split and then had a small depression carved in it using the tip of a knife. Now any wood will do for that. I normally use green wood, but today I'm going to use a limpet shell. We're very close to the coast here, so limpet shells are quite common. If we didn't have a limpet shell, we could always use green leaves mashed up in there, or possibly even a slug. Those very small slugs you find in the garden, mash one of those up, and that really helps to keep the drill spinning. Another thing we'll need is a bow. Now this is made from holly, but you can use any wood that has a little bit of a curve to it. So the first thing we need to do is to create a fireboard or hearth. So I'm taking this piece of ivy, and I'm just going to flatten both sides out. I've actually made a start, so cheating a little bit today. So I'm just going to flatten both sides out using the knife. Always important to be cutting away from yourself. And we can use these shavings later on. Using the tip of the knife, I'm just going to cut some small semicircles. And the only reason we're doing this is just so that the drill stays in one place when we start to drill. Okay, that's the hearth board ready to go. The next thing we need to do is to shape the drill. Now I've chosen a piece of wood that's fairly straight anyway, but if you look along it, you'll always see a few imperfections. Now, if we can get this drill as straight as possible, it'll spin perfectly. If we have any wibbles in it, it'll spin and create a hole that's bigger than we actually need and allow cold air to get in and interfere with the firelighting process. So I'm just going to take the bark off. So I'm going to make it quite pointy this end, and that's fine. Now the end that we want to generate the maximum amount of friction, we put a bit of a rounded end onto that. So this is probably the most important thing of friction firelighting, is to get that good stable position to work from. So being right-handed, I'm going to put my left foot on the board. That allows me to put my weight straight down onto the work as I'm going. And now we take the drill. Now my favourite way to put the drill into the bow is to hold it with the point towards the palm of my hand, drop the string down onto the top, and then twist it in. It should be fairly tight. If it's too hard, you may find it just flicks out, and if it's too slack, it'll slip on the drill. So it needs to be just tight enough that when you pull it into position, it takes a fair bit of effort. And then once it's in position, it'll feel quite comfortable. Another little tip is to hold the string so that you can apply extra tension if it starts to slip. It's quite a useful technique. Now here's the bearing block with a limpet shell to reduce friction. Now if we didn't have a limpet shell, we could mash up some green leaves, put some wax, or even a small slug, anything to just lubricate this bearing block and allow this to spin freely. So luckily we have a limpet shell, which is about the best way to lubricate this end. Now getting into position, this is where it's really important to get your position right to begin with, because if you find your position's wrong, it'll be very uncomfortable and you probably will give up before you actually create a coal. So I'm just going to get started slowly. Now if you notice, my left arm is pulled tightly into my left leg. That gives it extra stability and extra strength, and it means I can hold the bearing block solidly and I can apply downward pressure without wibbling around. I'm just speeding up a little bit. You can probably see a small amount of smoke already.
All right, let me give a pause here a minute. Let's call Deb Jordan and see if we can get an update out of Oregon.
I'm sorry, but the person you called has a voicemail box that is not...
We'll give her one more shot.
I'm sorry, but the person you called has a voicemail...
Alright, well I guess she must be busy, so we shall continue.
Okay, and that's the point we stop at. Now the reason we stop here is because there's one crucial ingredient missing from this. So we've created the depression, we've shaped the end of the drill, and we've shaped the hearth. But the thing we're missing is a notch. Now without a notch in the side here, all the dust will collect around the outside of the hole and it'll cool down and we won't actually light a fire. So I need to cut a notch into the side of the hearth, and the notch should be about 1/8 of the hole. Then we have a glowing coal. Now, very carefully place the coal into the tinder bundle Alright, now this is where we just allow it to grow a little bit, just put some oxygen in. It always helps to have the wind coming from behind you. That helps to keep the oxygen flow running through the tinder bundle. And it also stops the smoke blowing in your face, which is definitely worth considering. And there we have fire by friction. One of the most useful things we could have in the outdoors is cordage, or string to you and me. Now cordage can be made from a lot of different things. This particular one's made from willow bark. So what we need to do is strip the bark off the willow tree and use that to make the cordage, and I'll show you how to do it. So this comes away very, very easily. Once we've got it a little bit free, it should all come off in one piece, which makes it absolutely perfect for making natural cordage. Once that's been boiled for an hour or so, what you're left with is this stuff. It's still pretty stiff, but it's as we break it up, get the fibers separated, it'll get very soft and it makes great string, so we need to keep working at that. Just moisten your fingers slightly, give it a twist. So I was twist clockwise initially, and fold it back over itself. So that's what we have. Looks a bit tricky to start with. You could wrap that around something, make it easier to begin. So we get another piece, run it alongside the short piece. And we just incorporate the two. It's a little bit on the stiff side, this stuff, but it'll be very strong. The whole reason this doesn't come unraveled is because of the way it's twisted. So what you do is you get your two bunches. And the first one, you twist very firmly in a clockwise direction. And then you wrap that over the other piece. So you're twisting and then wrapping back. Twisting clockwise, wrapping over anti-clockwise. And you just keep doing that to pull it together so it won't unravel. So it can be a sort of self-perpetuating piece of string. If we try to drink water from a British stream nowadays, there's a very good chance we'll end up with an upset stomach, or even worse. So it's really important that if you're spending time in the outdoors and intend to drink water from streams, that you take something with you to purify the water. It could be something as simple as a millbank bag and a billy can to boil the water, or a high-tech water filter costing hundreds of pounds. Now this little beauty's a Swiss-made Katadyn pocket filter, probably one of the best water filtration devices money can buy. But they're not cheap. So unless you're planning on really doing a lot of outdoor activities, it's maybe not the best investment. But if you do intend to spend a lot of time outdoors, something like this can really make life a lot easier. And what we have is a ceramic filter impregnated with silver. And that actually uses 0.001 micron filtration to filter out everything from bacteria and parasites right through. And we need to keep the bottom of this pipe off the bottom of the stream where it'll pick up loads of sediment and very quickly block the filter. So if we can somehow suspend it up or ask somebody to hold it for you just to keep the end of this away from the bottom of the stream.
Sorry, I had my mic open, but anyway, let me run this real quick.
A Nevada rancher fighting the federal government. We just got word Cliven Bundy and 4 others have been indicted by a federal grand jury on 16 felony counts relating to the armed assault at Bundy's Bunkerville Ranch in Nevada in 2014. Now, he was recently arrested in Oregon when he went there to support armed militia members, including his sons, at a wildlife refuge. Now, the charges against him and 2 of his sons, who were also arrested in Oregon, include use of firearms and assault. No word yet on when Cliven Bundy will be brought back to Nevada to face charges. That's the latest from the Breaking News Center.
Oh, and they're going to keep trumping those charges up until the end of time. Y'all know that. If anybody has anything to say about all this, survival ideas, prepper ideas, just input, news, anything, it's 702-605-4277. In the meantime, I'm just going to continue this because there's a lot of good information wrapped in here very solidly.
And now what we do is start very gently pumping. You don't need to force this. If it feels hard to push, you need to take the filter out and give it a little scrub to clean off any debris, and it should start to work just fine again. Now a filter like this should filter about 50,000 litres of water before you need to replace the cartridge. A very useful piece of kit.
Cheaper than water, all the major industrialised countries were awash with energy, so we designed our industrial and our living systems quite literally to use as much energy as possible. The way we sited the suburbs, the taking up of the light railways, the way we designed our houses, because energy was cheap and nobody saw any limits to the growth in energy demand. But now in 2008 we realised that the North Sea oil has peaked. In fact, if you look at most of the oil producing countries, a great many of them have peaked, and particularly the big producers in the Saudi area, if they've peaked, then probably the world has.
That music's probably going to cost me, so I'm just going to have to kill this one and move on to the next one.
I think there isn't much difference between...
By some estimates, there's 3 million Americans who call themselves preppers. And Joel Skousen, they need to be preppers. If you're one of those, you need to know the top 7 worst rookie prepper mistakes. Number one issue is obsessing about doomsday. If a nuclear strike is what you're most concerned about, you don't need to be thinking about moving into a bunker. You need to move away from there. You need to prepare for likely events. So if you're in Texas, you need to worry about tornadoes. If you're on the Gulf, you need to worry about hurricanes. If you're in Southern California, think about earthquakes. And wherever you live, you need to think about ice storms, power outages, cuts in the water supply. That kind of thing happens all the time, every year, to thousands, tens of thousands of people. That's the kind of thing you need to prepare for, not doomsday. In a sense, you're just preparing for life. Take a realistic assessment of the risks where you live and get ready for that. Mistake number 2, relying on gadgets instead of skills. I love gadgets. I love, things that, does a new tool that does something cool, a new way to start a fire, a new way to cook over a fire, a new camp stove, whatever. There's all kinds of new gadgets out there. But what people really need to do is gain knowledge and develop skills. I'll do all the product reviews and you don't have to, okay? I buy that stuff, I do the reviews, and then you don't have to. You can just watch my reviews and decide which of these gadgets you want to get. But don't spend a lot of money on gadgets. Spend money on a few things that are really going to be useful to you. But the main thing you want to do is focus on knowledge and skills. Mistake number 3, obsessing about bugging out. I get it. There is something very much alluring about the idea of getting a backpack and a knife and hitting the road and conquering nature and getting to your bug out location unscathed. That is cool. Okay, but realistically, you can't walk across the state. You're not in shape to do it. Or you might be, but somebody in your family, someone you're responsible for, is not going to be able to do that. What you really need to do is prepare to hunker down. You need to have a bug-in plan. If there were some major catastrophe in the city that you live in, or in the suburbs around where you live, you're not going to be able to leave anyway. You'd have to leave on foot, and you can't practically do that. It's more dangerous to hit the road in a situation like that than it is just to hunker down and stay where you are. at least for a couple of weeks, until some of the traffic clears and the panic has gone, or at least subdued a little bit. So you really need a plan that has you hunkering down where you are and not obsess about bugging out. Mistake number 4, not having an evacuation plan. Okay, you need both. You need to be prepared to hunker down, no question about it. But you might have to leave. And you don't want to be making plans to leave the day you have to leave. You can't be thinking about that under stress. Figuring out where you're going to go and how to get there cannot be taken lightly and should not be planned on the day you have to do it. You need to plan that ahead of time. Rookie prepper mistake number 5, putting all your eggs in one basket. We just illustrated that in the idea of, you want to be prepared to bug out, but you want to be prepared to stay home too. You want to be prepared to stay home, but you need an evacuation plan too. Okay? Well, apply that to everything. Don't hide all of your food stock in one place. Don't put all of your bullets in one place. Don't have just one route to your safe retreat or bug out location. You need alternate routes. You need to learn contingency planning. Mistake number 6, not having a support and communications network. That usually stems from an obsession with OPSEC. OPSEC is operational security. Now, don't get me wrong. Operational security is important. It's a necessary part of your plan. You need to be wise about who you share information with. Who knows, where your stuff is. But don't get obsessed about it, because you have to have support. Our grandparents had a support and communications network, and they called it neighbors. Nobody knows their neighbors anymore because we're too busy watching TV, staying in the air conditioning, and playing the PlayStation. Okay? You need to turn those things off and go outside and meet those people that live across the street from you, because they are potentially your most valuable resource in the event of an emergency, some sort of catastrophe. Okay? No man is an island. I can't do this on my own, and I wouldn't want to. There is so much to be gained from developing tight relationships with friends, family, neighbors. You need to get out there and do that. Build that communications and support network. It's going to be an essential part of rebuilding community after a disaster. Rookie mistake number 7, failure to practice. Would you build a car and sell it without test driving it? No, you would not. Would you make a soup and serve it to your guests without tasting it? No. What is a fire drill for? The purpose of a fire drill is to make sure that when there's a fire, you know how to get out, because you've practiced. You need to actually practice your evacuation plan. You need to get your backpack on, put on your boots, and walk to your bug out location. I've got several more bonus mistakes at the blog, survivalnewsonline.com. Go check them out. If you know of any others, put them in the comments. I'll see you at the blog.
Think there isn't much difference between emergency food companies? We bought competing products from recognized brands so we could show you a very
Hey, how's it going? This is Zeno. Welcome to this video. Today I'm going to talk about the top 10 skills for preppers. The top 10 skills that you need to be a successful prepper. This is basically a companion video to the one I made a few months ago entitled I believe it was the How to Start Prepping the Top 10 List. That was more of a stuff video. Today I'm going to talk more about skills. Before we get started, we kind of have to unpack this top 10 list a little bit. We have to talk about a few things before we just jump right into our list of skills. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to define what really we're talking about here. Prepping skills. What is a prepper? What are skills? Let's go ahead and define those two things real quick. First of all, as far as the term prepper, I really do make a distinction between somebody who is a prepper and somebody who is a survivalist. Typically, preppers and survivalists have very different priorities as far as skills and what they're preparing for. Survivalists tend to be much more lone wolf, bushcraft oriented, much more sort of, basic survival skills, much more on that level. Preppers, especially what I call practical prepper, which is really what this video is intended for, practical preppers tend to be obviously a little bit more practically oriented, tend to be preparing for the more real life scenarios that might happen. It's definitely a plan for the worst, hope for the best type of scenario. That isn't to say that we don't, as practical preppers, have a very large amount of preparedness for a lot of different scenarios, but we're really typically not concentrated on the shit hits the fan, world's gonna end, or at least civilization as we know it ending type of scenarios, your doomsday prepper. Most of those people, to be honest with you, most of those people on that show are actually survivalists, or crazy, one of the two. But your practical preppers definitely are starting with more things like, prepping for that winter storm, those natural disasters, earthquakes, depending on where you live, losing your job. That's a very popular thing for a lot of practical preppers to be preparing for. Economic collapses, inflation, slow slides, whatever the case may be, preppers tend to be much more practical. Preppers tend to be much more focused on those things. The next thing is define the word skill. I'm not going to define it, but it's definitely important to say here that they're
All right, stand by. We're going live with Adrian Sill and Patricia Aiken.
Plain clothes. So I walked out the door and asked them, hey, how can I help you? I was pretty surprised because people don't just show up at my door. It's not easy to find. And they presented themselves, and one was an FBI agent, and two were U.S. Fish and Wildlife Services. And so I asked, well, what do you want? Of course. And the first question out of their mouth was, are you an extreme rancher? And I guess I kind of laughed, and I said, well, what is an extreme rancher? And which they didn't answer. Well, then do you know any other ranchers that you would classify or deem?
Okay, everybody, I just want to let you know I had the pleasure of talking with Adrian Sewell earlier today. He's the rancher from New Mexico. Actually, he's a Texan with a ranch in New Mexico. And he's just getting to the part of his story the day before Jade Helm started here in the Southwest, that he had a knock at his door. He was home having lunch by himself. His wife was in town. And these federal agents came and asked him if he was an extreme rancher. So this is where this story picks up. And so I'm just going to let you hear it some more.
That's extreme. And I said, wait, what is going on? Anyway.
Wow. Extreme. Well, they're coming up with this new classification for people, extremists. We're extremists. Exactly. Yeah, we're extreme Americans.
Right. Questioning went on, and it just kept staying on ranchers. And anyway, I don't know, but that was like I said, in July. So I know that they've been deeming me extreme or whatever for a good while now.
And the wolf thing, let's just get people up to date. I know in Montana the t-shirt is shoot, shovel, and shut up. The introduction of the wolves that they've put in there have been very destructive to Montana, and I'm sure other places around there. What's going on with New Mexico?
Same thing. Different species, they claim. Although, the taxonomy and the DNA, that's all up for debate, of course. And but this wolf is supposedly a subspecies of the gray wolf. It's referred to as the Mexican gray wolf. When most common sense people and other scientists, depends on which, where the science, who he works for, who their opinion is.
Right, who their paycheck comes from.
A lot of people believe that it's a smaller wolf because this part of the country is more arid, less water, the game is more sparse, and where the primary food source here would be deer, as in, Wyoming or Montana, it would be elk. So that they say they're actually not a subspecies, they're just smaller due to the landscape that they evolved in.
Is that what you believe?
That's, my uneducated opinion, but my common sense opinion from the research and things I've read and accounts I know about. I believe, yeah. I mean, it's just like, for instance, a mountain lion or a bear in the desert here in the Southwest is going to be, on average, smaller than one from Idaho. There's no question about that. So, yeah, I believe that's true. It's true in other species. Why wouldn't it be true here? In this case, of the Mexican gray wolf.
Makes sense. Okay, just checking.
Right. Well, what it is a government entity, this reintroduction of wolves, that is preying upon private property. Being cattle, they're private property. Whether they're on federal land or not, they're still private property. These government wolves are preying on and depredating and feeding on and living on our private property. And so that's why everybody's up in arms.
Well, we can't get too far into this conversation without Agenda 21 coming up. They are forcing ranchers off the land. I mean, here in Clark County, 52 ranchers, one's left, he's in prison, he's in jail right now. So we know this situation has been an orchestrated attempt by the extreme, radicalized environmental agenda. And it comes down to Agenda 21. What's your take on that, Adrian?
Well, I've read a little bit about that theory, and I can see things on the ground myself that prove it to be true. In fact, I've been to a couple of presentations, and I believe there's something to it. It's one of those. Well, in the beginning, I felt like, oh, this is just some conspiracy theory. What is going on? There's always, it's always something like this. But as I did a little more research, I began to see that, no, this is probably true and something to definitely be aware of.
Right. When did you decide to go up to Oregon? I know it was the night I was on the air. I was calling Lavoie, and Jeanette answered the phone and said, hold on, he'll be right with you. They had just come from picking you up in Boise. So what made you decide to go up?
So I guess, I touched on earlier, the first, I saw the Bundys and their standoff, and that's when I really began to pay attention. And I was always kicking myself because I didn't go. And like I told the boy, I had my horse saddled, I had the trailer hooked up, but the horse wasn't in the trailer. And I watched it very closely, and I told my wife, I didn't go, didn't have to go, thank goodness, thank God. There wasn't any bloodshed there. And so I began to keep an eye on it. And
Okay, everybody, sorry about that. And thank you, Chris, for calling and letting us know. I always do that answer the phone thing wrong. I apologize. I said I wouldn't do that anymore. Listen, I'm talking to Adrian Sewell tonight, and he's talking about how he, first got introduced to the situation in Oregon and decided to go up there. So without any more fuss, we'll be back on it. Thanks, Chris, for calling.
Adrian, welcome to the barbecue. It's a pleasure.
Oops. Can't go there. Hold on. We're quite a ways into this now. Oh, boy. I thought pre-recording would help solve some of these problems tonight. Let's see here. I think we're right probably about here. I'll start it right here. There we go.
Right. When did you decide to go up to Oregon? I know it was the night I was on the air. I was calling Lavoie, and Jeanette answered the phone and said, hold on, he'll be right with you. They had just come from picking you up in Boise. So what made you decide to go up?
So I guess, I touched on earlier, the first, I saw the Bundys and their standoff, and that's when I really began to pay attention. And I was always kicking myself because I didn't go. And like I told Lavoie, I had my horse saddled, I had the trailer hooked up, but the horse wasn't in the trailer. And I watched it very closely. And I told my wife, we had those conversations where we cried together and we prayed together, and I wanted to go so bad, but and unfortunately that was diffused. But I knew that if I told my wife, if they kill Cliven, or if one person is murdered there, I'm going. There's no doubt. And so I didn't go, didn't have to go. Thank goodness, thank God. There wasn't any bloodshed there. And so I began to keep an eye on it. And then I saw this, the iconic picture of Lavoie. And so I knew that it went, I'm looking at the picture right now, actually. I never forgot it because he's on his horse and he's kind of got a smile on his face, and there's other horsemen in the background, and there's that American flag.
Yeah, that's quite a photograph.
Yes, it is. So when I saw him, I came across him, of course, on social media. And then I saw, oh, that's that guy from the picture. What is he saying? And so I started, because I was like, wow, it went from a picture to him being in real life, or to being, on the computer. And what he was saying was, there was just no doubt he was telling the truth. And it was just coming, the things he was saying were really hitting home. And then you start to realize, wow, I didn't know he was a rancher at that point. And you start to see his story, and it builds and builds and builds. And of course, now we've all seen all these YouTube videos of him and stuff. And, he was forming his legacy then and establishing himself in this fight. And everything he said resonated with me. And so I've heard some people say, well, you were recruited. No, I didn't have to be recruited. I called them. They didn't call me. So, but I was very much motivated by their cause and what they were saying. And so I called up, I messaged Jeanette over Facebook, and I said, hey, I want to, after they went to the refuge and started protesting there, I was like, oh my gosh, I told my wife, I said, I'm not missing this. I'm not missing this. And here's my chance to show my support. And so I got in contact with Lavoie, and I told him what I wanted to do, and immediately I came running.
Wow. And okay, so you've seen Lavoie in videos, you've seen him in photographs, you've talked to his wife. What was your first impression of him when you met him in person?
Well, I thought he would be taller.
Yeah, he's a giant of a man, but in small stature, yeah. Right?
And so that exactly, you summed it up perfectly. Just this giant of a man, of a soul, of a human, and I was amazed. I felt right at home with it. I felt like I can open up completely. It's just one of those times when you feel like, wow, you've known this person forever. So it was a great feeling. And then to meet Jeanette at the same time as well, it made it all more complete because I could see, his better half and understand and visit with her and see their camaraderie and understand who they were as a family. So that helped a lot that she was there as well.
Yeah, that's amazing. Get to see them together. The funeral, I don't think I've ever been as touched by memories that the girls shared of him and the son shared. That was an amazing service, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. And then, I guess up into the funeral, I was still kind of in shock. And in fact, it took me 3 or 4 days before I even watched the video footage of him being murdered. And so, I guess I felt like most people do when in a serious situation. I was still in shock a bit. And, unlike I've experienced a lot of death in my life, much like everybody else, family and friends and stuff. But this one has been totally different. It's just that there's really, at the end of every day or at the beginning of every morning, there is no closure. You know that. The things have been left undone. And so it's all of our duty in order to show our respect for LaVoy and what he meant to us to continue on with fighting the good fight for this cause and for the freedom of America.
Okay, well, we'll take turns, Adrian. It's my turn to cry now, and try not to both be
pretty good. I have cried in a few days, so sorry about that.
No, I'm already crying. I put myself on mute for a minute so I could cry a little bit. Yeah, it's stunning.
My tongue, that's why I just try to bite my tongue real hard to hold back. So
I'll try that. I'll try that. I try to pinch my hand.
Okay.
That's what I do to keep myself from crying. But it's it's an amazing thing. So I thought LaVoy was the perfect complement to Ammon. What was your impression of Ammon when you met him?
Oh, I don't have the words to describe Ammon. And if you can, every message, every video, up until I went to Oregon, and even now, when he's releasing these statements from behind bars, I can't understand how anybody can turn away from his message. It's so powerful and so real.
And I think with those, Ammon and LaVoy and Ryan, and they embody that humble yet confident about what they speak. And I think it's just a combination that you can't get away from. People hear the message, and that's why it was resonating so heavily with people. These men did not have a personal agenda that they were trying to glorify themselves in any way. This was altruistic. That's what they are. They're willing to put their lives on the line for others, for our entire country.
Sure. And, the injustice that the Hammonds were suffering at the hand of the federal government, Ammon just couldn't take it.
Yeah.
And if there were more men like Ammon, and in fact now, I think about what would LaVoy want me to do in this situation, or what would Ammon say, or how will you articulate this? So it's made me a better person, and just by knowing these guys for the short amount of time that I have.
Yeah, because we just really like to lash out. I'm going to find a quote that somebody sent me the other day and share it with you in a minute. The Hammonds are 800 miles away in prison in California. Ammon, Ryan, and the rest are in jail. Obviously set up by Mark McConnell and others. There had to be somebody at the refuge that let that man in and had this thing all staged. How do you feel about the fact that their legislature in Oregon has voted not to reveal the shooter? Now that's kind of ridiculous. See, they're still spinning it. They're saying shooter. No, there's shooters. There were multiple shots fired from different people. How do you feel about this? I mean, is it outrageous to you as it is to me?
It's so outrageous that I can't even believe that it's real. I mean, it's like somebody is making this stuff up for like this best-selling book, you know, to keep you hooked on every page, because what's being done is I mean, so I see these people on the FBI watch list, these real terrorists, these Muslims, and most recently the one last week who went into a restaurant who was on the watch list and started chopping people up with a knife. How are they on the watch list and the Bundys and these patriots are locked up in jail? I don't understand that.
Yeah, it's absolutely amazing. It's Bolshevik America, basically, how I feel about it. And it's not like we're trying to take over the government. The government's already been taken over. We're just trying to take it back.
Sure.
I like this quote. It came to me from someone yesterday. It says, "The true warrior fights not because he hates the one in front of him, but because he loves those behind him."
That's a very good quote.
Yeah, I think that says a lot. And here you have, you know, I think the government was very effective. You know, they were caught by surprise at the Bundy standoff, completely caught by surprise by that. They probably knew militia were on their way because those groups are heavily infiltrated, but they did not count on the rest of the 3,000 people that showed up from everywhere in the country. That shocked them. And so that's why when they use this game theory to predict how people will react, they were very effective at keeping people away. Ammon had been calling for people to be ready for months to go because they were doing all these things like that, redress of grievances and stuff, and they weren't getting any response. So he just said, please be ready to mobilize. And that's how the government came out and held a gun to the Ammon's heads and said, tell Ammon Bundy to go away, that you don't want his help. And they definitely held the gun to their heads. They even threatened to kill him if they went out and spoke to the protests. So, right. And even that Saturday, the protests, when they wanted to come out and speak to people of that weekend, they were told that they would be shot in the head. They were told that they would, if they didn't tell Ammon to leave, that they were going to pick them up before the holidays and put them in a much less desirable prison.
Wow.
Yeah. So that's how they kept people away.
None of that surprises me at all. I'm not surprised by any of those statements at all.
Yeah, and so that's how they played it, because there were people saying to me, I know they went up for the Saturday protest but didn't stay. And then when they wanted to go back, but they said, why should we risk our life and liberty when these men aren't willing to stand up for their own?
Sure.
And so that kept a lot of people away, and that they don't want us there, and then Oath Keepers did that. So my hat's off to you for going when there wasn't a huge groundswell of support at that time. I'm impressed. Thank you so much for going and signing that, rescinding your contracts with the forestry department there. So that's a brave stand. And is your wife in agreement now? Is she supporting this decision?
She was in agreement before I left. We knew, or I guess the only thing we miscalculated would be the death threats from the public.
Yeah.
We never expected that at all.
Are you sure they're from the public? I'm sure they're from just agent provocateurs. I'm sure there's people on the payroll doing this.
Oh, I'm sure. Now after, like I've told other reporters and stations and stuff, I have never been a part of a protest in all my life. I guess there wasn't any issue big enough for me to get involved. I was always kind of like the rest of America. Well, it's not having anything to do with me. Why should I care? So I ate those words, and when they came knocking on my door, then I said, oh, wow. So I do understand to a degree how it's hard for America to stand up, for any issue when it doesn't concern them. We're kind of conditioned to that. And, it wasn't, so like I said, I've never joined a formal protest. And so I guess that one thing, we didn't expect to get death threats from wherever they came from. We didn't expect there to be a Facebook page calling for the murder of me and other ranchers and their cattle. And in fact, the day before yesterday in a county near me, there were two horses shot and killed on public land or on someone's grazing allotment.
Now, what people don't understand now, maybe people that listen to the show, because I try to talk about it as much as possible, but explain. These ranchers have grazing rights. They're not privileges. Exactly. On these, and it's the public lands. It's not federal lands. It's the public lands, and they're holding them unconstitutionally. I'm sure the Constitution of New Mexico reads very much the same as the one in Nevada.
One thing we all need to get straight on is the term public land or public domain were initially used to denote federally held land that was subject to disposition, meaning the extinguishment of federal title. And so, most enduringly, I'm reading from a book here. The public lands have been defined as those lands subject to sale or other disposal under the general land laws. So what happens is, once, and if you look it up in like Black's Law Dictionary or whatever, when land it's only public until it's been sold or settled or has some other description put to it. So, in fact, now we don't even have any public land. Everything's been homesteaded, everything's been allocated, everything's been improved and used on. And so the term public land isn't even true anymore because there is no more public land. It's federal land by definition that is actually, so like, for example, these grazing allotments. These grazing allotments were designated grazing reserves before 100 years before the Forest Service or BLM was ever created. And if you go back to Kearney's Code, and I believe that was in the 1700s, it was during territorial times where the United States adopted the laws and of the Spanish. And they adopted their grazing rights, their water rights, their brands, their earmarks, and all these different things there where they drove from summer to winter pasture. So these rights have been established since the 1500s by the Spanish. These have been grazing lands.
Yes, and and when the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo happened, all that was transferred with the treaty.
Sure. Right. And like I said, the first treaty was the Kearney's Code. And then years later, yes, the Treaty of the Guadalupe Hidalgo, all those things transferred over. Our Supreme Court voted on and made them into law, the law of the land. And in fact, so these aren't permits. This isn't by permission that we're grazing these lands. This is by right.
Exactly.
And that's an important thing that people need to know. But everybody goes around using this term public land. Well, no, they're actually not public lands anymore. They've been allocated for use, whether that be mining or grazing or timber or whatever the case may be. They've been allocated. They're no longer public by definition.
Okay, that's a great distinction there. And the fact that the federal government holds these lands and thinks of them as theirs is completely unconstitutional. They were never to have them. Once the state became a state, they were supposed to buy from the state whichever lands they wanted for, magazines, sports, dockyards,
Right, that's Article 1, Section 8, Clause 17 in the Constitution.
Correct.
It defines that completely.
Right. I feel like they've suspended the Constitution with the, originally with the Reconstruction Acts of 1867, and then they've just gone on and added to that War Powers Act and then the Buck Act and things like that. And so when I hear, people talking about there being lawmakers, no, they need to be law repealers.
Right.
I actually wrote to the Library of Congress, their Congressional Research Service, and asked them if the Reconstruction Acts of 1867 had ever been ended or repealed. It took them 8 weeks to get back to me. It was a page and a half, single space, and basically they said, look it up yourself.
Wow.
Yeah, they weren't even willing to say, no, they haven't been repealed. So this has not been a new fight. This is gradualism. They've been boiling the frog for a long time. And this battle has been going on in the West for a long time. And so this is just the latest part of it. And I see it being as full spectrum dominance, the fact that they reversed the Hage case. I don't know how familiar you are with the Hage case.
Very familiar.
Yeah. Were you shocked when they reversed it? This, right during the Oregon thing, I go, oh man, they're pulling out all the stops.
Shocked at all.
Yeah.
That's par for the course. They saw, you know how the previous judge ruled and held individuals of the BLM in contempt of court, and at one point they were awarded the Hages worth $14 million. Never saw a dollar of it.
Yeah.
And so, no, I wasn't the least bit surprised.
Right.
Under this administration, nothing would surprise me at this point.
No, and the fact that they said the judge, Robert C. Jones, said that the BLM's behavior shocked the conscience of the court, and he gave a laundry list of felonies against 2 of the agents, and yet they were never indicted, and a judge has arrest power. So I didn't think it was a very good decision. I mean, I thought it was at best a draw. And for them to reverse that really signaled me that they're not playing here. It's full spectrum dominance.
And so with all those things being known, and let's just take out the grazing concept. And just make it, let's just say grazing, let's call it the issue. And if you research the issue, if you were just a common person, just like me, or an average American that doesn't have interest in the West, let's say you're from Minnesota, and you started looking at the issue and just reading the documentation, the court law, the case law, everything that's been established, and take the Western ranching aspect out of it, how could you think any other way other than this has been a complete injustice all the way around?
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing. I try to explain to people that aren't into a ranching culture that the Hammonds are in jail for mowing their front lawn.
Sure, exactly.
Yeah, so it's in everyone. It shouldn't be just. There shouldn't have been 3,000 people at the Bundy Ranch. There should have been 300,000. If people really understood this and would turn off their television and start doing their own research and quit listening to the brainwashing that they get, there would have been 300,000 people there, and there was no way that in this ambush. I mean, what do you make of this ambush? The fact that this wasn't a traffic stop in any way, shape, or form. It was an ambush. It was set up, and we're not even sure who all the police actually were. I think they're trying to hide the so-called shooter when it's shooters, to keep it from being revealed that they were actually IMF, some kind of force working for the International Monetary Fund is probably my guess.
And what's interesting about, I'm looking at a map right now of the ambush site. I screenshot this off someone else's page or an email that I've gotten. And if you see the highway, leaving out of Burns, and like I said, this is a screenshot of the map. And what I find very interesting, this happened on King Mountain, and Divine Ridge runs right down off King Mountain, right beside the ambush site. And so I think that says it all as far as who is in charge. And then I do believe that Lavoie may have even known and felt in his heart and in his spirit that he was going to be martyred for this cause. And that ambush site, and I believe, best of my knowledge, there were no warrants out for Lavoie's arrest. I could be wrong. Somebody correct me if I am.
No, I think this was warrantless.
Yeah, and so it was a warrantless ambush, and that's exactly what it was an ambush, where they intended to murder anybody they thought they could get away with. And I think that we've seen, nobody was meant to live that was riding with Lavoie.
Yeah, exactly. And so that's interesting. Did you meet Shauna Cox when you were there?
I met her.
Your impression?
Well, seems like a very godly lady to me. Just, felt like to do her part, felt compelled to do her part, and was used wherever she was needed. So What an awesome story. What an awesome person to sacrifice her life and liberty in order to help this cause.
And what do you think? I thought it was just, more of the federal court buzzsaw going to work here, that they ordered her to remove her firearms from her home. Well, she's not a convicted felon yet, so she has every right to keep her firearms. Yet, that when they moved them to the son's shop at her daughter's house, we know the story of what happened there. And maybe I read too many Ludlum novels or Tom Clancy books or something, but I'm sure they killed her son-in-law first and then created the scene to cover it. I think that was a message to her to sit down and shut up.
Yeah, I definitely think it was a message. I don't believe in that was a coincidence at all. And, so with that happening, that alarmed me as well as everybody else. Oh my goodness, this is a little strange. And so you start putting all these things together and you know that there's something more at work here than what meets the eye.
Yeah, there's a whole lot that doesn't meet the eye here. And it's not even just minerals. It's not even just yellow cake, oxide that they're talking about. So before we go to what you think that the hope is for this thing, what people can do, if you have any ideas, I'm all ears. What your impression are of the other ranchers? I want to talk a little bit about how you evil ranchers in New Mexico have been endangering the jumping mouse.
Yeah, that I don't have that jumping mouse issue here, but I have 100 other species that are either endangered or on the list to be endangered. And so, as far as I know, you do your own research, but I don't believe they've even ever found that mouse. That they just think it lives there, and they're alleging that this is its environment. And I don't think they've ever caught a single one. I could be wrong. But I think they're just alleging it's there. I don't even know if the mouse really exists. That's something to look into because I don't know anybody that's ever seen one.
Yeah,
and I don't think the federal government has ever even tracked one.
It doesn't. It doesn't at all.
It doesn't exist, but that's the impression I'm under because I've never heard anything to the contrary that they've ever even found one.
Yeah, I know. It's amazing. This endangered species thing is just giving them carte blanche to take anybody's ranch for any reason or anybody's land for any reason. They can say, oh, it was Indian artifacts. It was this little minnow in the stream. That's why they said they diverted somebody's stream here in Nevada, in Ash Meadow here. It stole a stream that's been on their property for 150 years. Just insane. Just insanity. It's bureaucrats gone wild. And
when they go to look and find these endangered species, such as the leopard frog and that minnow and other stuff, do you know where they go to find them? They go to livestock waterers that ranchers have built or created or established. And that's where these things live, right alongside with cattle every day of their lives. So I think that's hilarious when they go, when the only place they have to go to find these species are in somebody's dirt tank.
Yeah, what's interesting is the highest concentration of desert tortoises is today in southern Nevada is at the Bundy Ranch and on their rangeland.
That doesn't surprise me because I found the very same thing to be true, in this region, where if you want to find an endangered species, just go find some cows. They're living harmoniously together. The big thing about this is, this Endangered Species Act is turned into $1 billion enterprise for these people, Center for Biological Diversity and wildlife guardians, and they sue. So they sue the federal government over this animal habitat or whatever it may be, get them endangered. Well, there's not one time where they've actually taken this case to be ruled on by a judge or jury. They then settle out of court for millions of dollars. And so they do that with every single species, and multiple groups are doing it. And so they're just making millions of dollars for sue and settle over this endangered species.
Yeah, just another shakedown.
Yeah. And that's our tax dollars that they're being paid to be people.
Yeah, it's absolutely amazing that we are funding our own demise here.
And that's exactly what Cliven said. When he said, I'm not paying you anymore to put me out of business. But you've already put all my neighbors out of business.
And did he tell you how much they paid those ranchers for their ranches?
No, I've never heard.
Okay, you're sitting down, right?
Yes.
$75,000.
Oh, wow. Wow.
Their homes were worth more than that on the ranch. That doesn't count all the acreage that they had.
Yeah, just look. I mean, all you have to do is look up what the tax assessor's office said, and then you would have a fair market value of what those things they've been paying taxes on for years. And I can guarantee you it's more than $75,000.
That's damn straight. So let me ask you this: as a college-educated, university-educated rancher, with those classes, did you see this environmental agenda? Because I find like this is Marxist institutions straight down. That's how they educate, brainwash students. Did you see a Marxist agenda in the ranching programs you were involved in?
No. In Texas and in Oklahoma, like I said, I'm 36 years old. I've never even heard of any of this until I moved here 4 years ago. Never even heard of the Endangered Species Act. Didn't know anything about any of these issues. I was completely unaware. Nobody in college were teaching us. I mean, they were teaching conservation methods as far as your cattle are concerned and how to manage a herd. But, over there, people aren't being put out of business by the government on the same scale as is in the West on these federal lands. Now, in fact, they are maneuvering to put private land ranchers out of business as well through this Waters of the U.S. rule and also now through the Endangered Species Act where they're trying to follow through with that on private land.
Yeah, I've met ranchers from as far away as Kansas through the Bundy situation, and my friend said she met people from as far away as Georgia at the Finicum funeral.
In the last 5 and 10 years, I think it's everybody's feeling the squeeze now due to one regulation or the other.
Right. It's like the end game. I don't know if you're familiar with the situation in South Africa, but the Boers, that's the term that actually means farmers. The farmers are all being murdered, and the president of the country, since the ANC took over, actually sings, "Bring me my machine gun, kill the Boer, kill the farmers."
Wow.
And so they go in and they kill the Boers, and they're doing these land appropriations. So this is like South Africa light. They're just coming at it a different way. There they've given the population, the black population, permission, basically carte blanche, and incited them to go and steal from the white man, saying that, oh no, they took your land, when nothing can be further from the truth. There were no blacks in South Africa when the Boers arrived and settled those lands.
Sure. Yeah, I am a little bit familiar with that, and that is and it's a horrible situation over there.
Yeah, it's a template for what's happening here.
Sure.
And it goes on. Gun registration led to gun confiscation, but you can go to the police station and rent a gun now if you want to go do a crime.
Wow.
Is that the stupidest thing you've ever heard? I know.
Right.
Absolutely incredible. So the situation. Go ahead.
No, we were just touching on earlier. What can people do?
Yeah.
What can the average American do? And I think the first thing you can do is start calling representatives not only from your state and governors from your state, but states where these issues are of more concern, and start your peaceful protest. By any means you can define, and whether that be for your gun rights or your religious freedoms or your land rights or your water rights or whatever it may be, but just everybody needs to start interjecting with whatever is affecting them. It doesn't have to be these issues that they're in the West. The people on the eastern part of our country need to start standing up for their rights as well. And so I created yesterday, or this has been in the works actually since I discovered this wolf issue, and just sort of a resource where people and ranchers and patriots and anybody with like-minded interests to come together. And I call it Save Our American Ranchers. I created a Facebook a couple of days ago, and mainly the scope of that is where people can get good information. They can find out issues that are a concern to the ranching and farming industry. But also one thing I'm working to create is a group of men and women, rain drivers as I call them, who can respond in the event of a natural disaster, when someone is widowed, when there's a fire, when there's an illegal seizure of cattle. And what I want this group to do is come together and be a response team to wherever in the country that a rancher or a farmer needs assistance and needs help. And so I'm trying to get that going now. I've already bought my domain name, and we'll soon have a website up. People can donate, there'll be merchandise, and I've got 1,000,001 ideas on what to do. But we've really got to come together as a ranching and farming community to protect our livelihoods. And you know what most people don't understand is, you know, America has been so great at so many industries throughout the history of our country. You know, the steel industry, the technology. It goes on with things we've been great about, or been great in, and number one in, and led the world in. But one thing that we've always been number one in and still remain number one in is food and beef production. We are number one in beef production in the whole entire world. We feed every country in the world with our fruits and stuff of our land. And so people today are so concerned about healthy food, and I think that America is shining bright in that respect, that we still are number one in food and beef production. And I see this as a direct attack to take that also, you know, all those other industries have been shipped overseas and dispersed and moved, but we're still number one. But if this attack on our food system continues, we will slowly be degraded to lost in the pack, so to speak.
Well, we already have been, Adrian, for sure, because there's millions of head of cattle missing off the Western Range.
Yes.
Millions of head of cattle. And now people are more aware, so some people are more aware of how much better for you range-fed and grass-fed beef really is for you than, you know, grain-fed beef.
Sure.
And so that's another thing. They don't want you eating anything healthy. Now, of course, all the vegans are going to, I'm sure your cattle is killed in a humane way, much more humane than it is on a feedlot somewhere.
Sure.
And so I think this is another attack. And we were importing beef. Can you imagine we were importing beef from Argentina?
Sure.
That's insane.
You know, and that's just part of, North America and the trade agreements, NAFTA, and now this, the new TPP and all these other things we're in. You know, we have to trade and do commerce, and that's the federal government's job. And I think everybody has been saying, hey, we're not anti-federal government. We're just for keeping them in place for the duties that have been assigned to them, and that they execute that and leave these states alone. We have a responsibility because we've domesticated these livestock over thousands of years. And now we've mapped their DNA. We've made them the most efficient they've ever been. We went scientists and geneticists and ranchers and farmers have went to great lengths in order to ensure that we're producing the best product that science and that man has to offer. And we owe it to the livestock that we've domesticated to respect them as well.
I agree 100%. I'm looking at your page here, Save Our American Ranchers. And what kind of cattle are those?
Those are Angus cattle. And, you know, I raise Angus, and also I have crossbred cows that are Angus Hereford. And so all of my registered Angus cows have been DNA tested. And so now through DNA testing, that's 99.5% accurate. And there's several factors of which that DNA has been used. And you can determine milk production. You can determine docility. You can determine the size of the calf at birth. A full genetics now can be analyzed through the DNA and know that he's going to have the size of calf that a cow can have on open range. We know how much daily gain, we've made them efficient to where we know how much grass it takes to equal a pound of beef or a gallon of milk for that cow to raise her offspring. So, I mean, and I'm no geneticist or scientist, but I can tell you the science that has been put into these cattle these days is phenomenal. And it's all for the betterment because it makes them all more efficient and more adaptable and easier to use and tastier to eat. So.
Well, vegetarians all argue that the amount of food that it takes to feed one cow or a steer is like a waste of production, that we should all be vegetarians. What do you say to that?
Well, if that was true, I wouldn't be in business. So, I've seen some of those and how much water it takes, and I know that those statistics and numbers they put out there have been proven wrong by the animal science industry.
Right. We say lies, damn lies, and statistics, to quote Mark Twain. The three kinds of lies, right?
In so many situations, you got to consider the source, and whoever's making it. It's pretty easy to make a statistic fit your narrative.
Exactly. And let's talk about the narrative. The narrative that they're using right now is that this was an unlawful protest, that these were armed protesters. They burned down Ferguson and Baltimore over a protest, but those people were just protesters. And now the people, Ammon and company, and you and all the ranchers up there that were starting to wake up to this message, they're being deemed, militants, unlawful, armed, militants, armed militia, just demonized. And that's how they do it. They have to demonize people, just like they demonized the Branch Davidians before Waco.
Sure. Well, yesterday, the Center for Biological Diversity and the mayor and some business leaders and the sheriff of my county had a meeting more or less about me and Burns, and they were saying, is Silver City, New Mexico going to become the next Burns, Oregon? And I guess the main topic of conversation was with me, about me. I didn't attend the meeting. I didn't feel the need to. Other ranchers did, and they did, ladies and gentlemen, did an awesome job of defending ranching industry here in our county. But what they did is they pulled some individuals that I'd had some small conflicts with out here on my ranch. And one of the main ones being, there's an individual who was driving up and down my road and actually pushed my wife and son off the edge of the mountain on 2 occasions. He also totaled 2 vehicles by driving erratically out here on this road. And so after the second time of him running my wife off the mountain road we live on, I stopped this guy and I lectured him pretty good. And I guess you could say maybe I chewed him out, but I never threatened him. So he gets up during this town hall meeting yesterday and tells people that I was armed and he could smell liquor on my breath. I was neither of the two. But so what happens is I've got, right now, there's a county road that goes through one of my pastures. And that happens to be the pasture that I'm designated to be in right now through my grazing schedule from the federal government, from the Forest Service. So I've got cows having little baby calves all over the place right now. Then I have these individuals who live out and around out here, driving 55, 65 miles an hour on a road that's designed to be driven 25 miles an hour on. And so they're trying to label me as violent or extreme because I will pull you over and tell you to, and ask you to please slow down so you don't run over my dogs, my children, my wife, or my livestock.
Oh my gosh. And well, you're clearly an extremist. You want to keep your family safe. How extreme is that?
I know. Yeah. I mean, I can't imagine how anybody else could be any more extreme than I am.
Yeah. I mean, it's just ridiculous. And I wonder how much they paid that guy.
Yeah, I don't know. Somebody sent me that the CEO or whatever he is of Biological Diversity Center's tax returns, and it shows that he makes $200,000 a year I make $30,000 a year. You know, so I don't know exactly what's going on there, but these people are getting paid a lot of money to terrorize, demonize, and push ranchers off these lands that we have all the rights to.
Yeah, that's absolutely amazing. They have all the money. They control the media, the mainstream media. And what this has done for me, it's really helped me, because I've said for a long time that at least 60 to 80% or more of the so-called alternative media is actually controlled opposition. And this situation in Oregon has really shown me who's who by their response to the situation and people that have been against it. And same thing with organizations. They think organizations should be standing with these folks and aren't. So it's been a good wake-up call to find out who's who, you know, on the internet. That's for sure.
Sure, I completely agree. And, you know, you gravitate towards people that are telling the story because the main, you know, you can turn on your TV any time of day or night through this whole ordeal, and there have been very small tidbits of info, by no means any accurate coverage through the mainstream media, which is sad.
Yeah, well, you know what? It's sad in a way, but if you're going to be a zombie, okay, fine. You know, it's never been about the majority of people, Adrian. That's why there's a group called 3%ers. It was only the 3%, and people even say even less than that, of the colonists that were involved in our struggle to be a nation. So I guess we can let the zombies go, but I'm doing a little campaign. As a matter of fact, I've got my tarp sitting out here to cut up. I'm making those 2-inch squares that were at Lavoie's funeral. And I'm wearing them in all my clothes and keeping a pocket full of them. And when people ask me what the blue square is about, or I talk to them about it, then I'm handing them out.
Sure.
And so, because we need to wake people up about what's really going on. But you know, I support what you're saying in one way, but the write your congressman thing seems to be it's too late already. This thing is so completely broken.
Sure.
And vote for a better person. That's like saying we're going to get Jeff Gordon and Carl Bush to drive our race car for us. And the race car looks great, but you look under the hood, there's no engine, there's no transmission, there's no radiator. Right. It's just a shell, and it's time to get a new car.
I agree. You know, and you know, I say all that, but I mean that's the least amount you can do. You know, that's at the very least, just do that. I mean, does it? If you ask me personally, what good does it do? I mean, I think it depends on where you are. I happen to have a very good congressman here, and he's been engaged on these issues since before Bundy standoff ever was started. You know, New Mexico had their first cattle feature back in 2004. The Laney family had their cattle seized off federal land, and it's a story that's out there, but it's little known about. And Mr. Kit Laney, he was in prison, and they gave him an assault charge on a federal agent because he rode his horse too close to one.
Oh, that poor federal agent. Well, you know what? Do you know what? Sheriff Joe Lombardo, he's now the head sheriff here. I don't know. He was just deputy then. He said when all those guns were pointed at him by the snipers at the ranch, that the hair on the back of his neck stood up. And I go,
he was probably
good.
Feeling very guilty.
Yeah, exactly. Like all the officers that all the people that Metro officers shoot during the year. Well, good. Now you know what it feels like to have guns pointed at you for a change. That's what I said. The time the internet trolled up this heavily, it was during the Bundy Ranch. Ugly, ugly things, and it's even uglier now. When you see the comments that people make, that government-paid agents make about Lavoie Finicum, it's disgusting. I mean, they are heinous comments. No one would say, people wouldn't say that about Stalin when he was dead, much less a good man.
Oh, I mean, I've been appalled. In fact, I don't even read it. If I see something disparaging towards Lavoie, I just scroll on and keep going. But you've seen the same sort of comments made to the Supreme Court Judge Scalia that just most recently died over in Texas. I mean, there's people saying horrible things about him as well. So,
I know that's amazing. I'm amazed that you brought that up because that was one of my next questions. Obviously, this no autopsy, saying that he was dead. What do we call that? Pronouncing him dead before they even saw the body. All that very, very suspicious. And I heard a rumor. I don't know if it's a rumor that there was an assassination attempt on Justice Roberts. So that's kind of interesting too. So, but the New York Times has made it hasn't been shy about bragging that the Jews now control the Supreme Court. And so obviously they want it to be even more draconian and, with the loss of this man. So, hey, it happened in Texas. Now, wait a minute. We were talking about the great state of Texas, yet the Kennedy assassination, Dallas, Waco, Texas, Judge Scalia now, Texas. I hear all kinds of corrupt, them molesting women when they stop them on the road. I mean, police, just terrible. I mean, kind of things. So what's going on with the great state of Texas? You seem to have as much corruption as the next guy.
Well, I think anywhere the federal government is in place and is concentrated, you're going to have corruption. All of those issues, but maybe that issue where the lady was pulled over there in Texas by a state highway patrol officer. Is that the one you're referring to?
Yep, and there's been several of those, right?
Yeah, there have been, and so I think as a whole, there are a bunch of good people there, and I think that we have a governor who is very anti-federal government. It's such a large state that there's going to be corruption, in every level, from the city government to the federal government, or from the county to the federal government. But Waco, as you just mentioned, that was federal government siege.
Yeah.
This issue with Scalia, though, that took place, about an hour from Marfa, Texas. This is a very, very remote part of Texas. I visit there often because it's kind of close to me.
Is that West Texas?
Yes, it's very far west Texas, yes.
Mm-hmm.
So that's an hour maybe from the border. There's one more town between Marfa and the border. It's Presidio. So if you've ever been in that region of Texas, I mean, you see border patrol everywhere. Drones, they put these balloons up in the air with some sort of ability to survey land and stuff like that. So, as much law enforcement and resource that are down there, I find it hard to believe that nobody knows anything. Even though it is very remote, it's very heavily looked after. And so, yeah,
still doing that interview.
Doesn't pass the litmus test on this either. It's the same as
all right.
Shauna's son-in-law. This deal is just as fishy, but with an individual who's way, more high profile. So it's a little disturbing.
Yeah.
Who is safe anymore? Is anybody safe in their own bed? I don't think so.
No, I don't think so either. This is Bolshevism. I mean, this is what they did. There are at least probably somewhere between 60 and 80 million white Russians killed by the Bolsheviks, and yet we never hear about that. Where's their museum? No. And they did it. They have the same strategies, same thuggery. They just have more high-tech gadgets these days. That's all. That's the only difference between these people, in my opinion.
And there's the technology that we know about, and like you said, the gadgetry and the weaponry that we know about. So can you just the weaponry that we don't know about?
Oh.
I mean, I can't even imagine what's out there that we don't understand or comprehend.
Exactly. And it's a full-scale attack, full spectrum dominance with, geoengineering, GMOs, all the pesticide issue, vaccines. I mean, the list goes on and on. That they're killing us 6 ways to Sunday and actually just dumbing us down and making us sick. They don't want to kill us because we're too valuable to them sick.
Sure. I'm sure you're familiar with the fluoridation of water all over the United States.
Sure.
I mean, that's a huge issue.
And here's the interesting part. The interesting part about the fluoride issue to me, Adrian, is that military bases don't have a choice. And they always say, "Oh, Hitler fluoridated the water." No. Hitler didn't do it. That was Stalin. He fluoridated the gulags because it saved him 70% of his guard payroll. It made the people very docile.
Right.
So I think they want to keep the military docile because people go in with a patriotic, I'm going to serve my country, and then they find out they're not serving their country. They're serving the Zionist empire and going into countries and killing innocent people. And so they keep them very docile that way. I think then they take the sociopaths that they created and put them on the police forces and what have you, or with, Merc organizations like Blackstone and Blackwater, whatever it's called, Academy or whatever they're called these days.
And we do know that those mercenary forces are present in Oregon.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And the fact that the Oregon State Police were trained by Israelis, and some of their top people were trained in Israel. So that's surprise. What a surprise that is. Yeah, right.
That AG that prosecuted the Hammonds. I was reading a story about her. She was educated from a university in East China.
Oh yeah, is it for the second prosecution when they got him for the fight? Yeah, that's amazing. Amanda Marshall.
Okay, yeah, I was reading. There was an article written about her in the High Plains Journal. It's a farm and ranch journal, and they say in there that she was educated over in East China, where she went to college.
Yeah, she was raised on a commune. Her dad left at a young age. I mean, so yeah, just really, and she's on some kind of a disciplinary leave or something because she stalked a colleague, a subordinate, when he broke off a relationship with her.
And it's all these little things, and and unfortunately, the Hammonds, they have kind of been overshadowed by all this other controversy. So we really need to pay attention and concentrate on really bringing them up in all the dialogue that we have, because that's the reason Hammond and Ryan and the boy went to Burns to begin with, and I see them really getting lost, and so we just need to be conscious that we always memorialize and remember them, and also shed light on their story.
Right, and get this turned around. And I think, did you have an opportunity to meet Sheriff Glenn Palmer from Grant County when you were there?
I didn't.
Okay, all right. I was just wondering because I know Ammon had been to a meeting with him before. So I mean, I think it's really fascinating how they are trying to throw him under the bus and the Oregonian. So this is an orchestrated event that we're seeing. It's not just on the fly. They have got this thing well under control and well planned.
Oh, there's no doubt about that. And I don't think, I would just like to know the resources, the taxpayer dollars being allocated, for the PSYOPs and for these mercenary soldiers and for all this big buildup in Burns. What is it going to cost, and why are they doing it?
Well, it's got to be running at least as much as the Bundy Ranch was allotted, and the Bundy Ranch was $7.5 million. Wow! And they only spent $5 million because they shut it down early, but they had $7 million budgeted to collect a fake debt of $1 million that Cliven doesn't owe. Cliven doesn't owe a dime.
Well, I think this will be $20 million with this deal in Burns because they've ramped it up. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, did you see that? I mean, it's doubled, I think, since you were there. But what was your impression of the military buildup when you were driving through Burns?
I mean, it didn't even feel like America. It felt like some paramilitary state. I don't know. It was uneasy for sure.
Wow. And so you met the ranchers up there. I know you're now friends with Tom Davis. He was on last week. Have you talked with Tom the last couple of days? I haven't. I may give him a call today to get an update from him. What do you hear is going on up there still?
Complete militarization, searches, complete invasion of privacy. That committee of safety, I've been told, not by Tom, but by other sources, they're being followed by the FBI everywhere they go. They're being harassed. The FBI is calling their personal phones, harassing them over the phone. So they're not letting up on these people at all. The people who are trying to, peaceably protest.
Yeah, that committee of safety is an interesting function, and it'll be interesting to see if that can hang together. But I think the other reason that they're going door to door and being so jackbooted is because of the common law grand jury, the secret members of that.
That is quite possible. And I haven't heard anything from Joaquin in a while. I hope that he's okay.
Yeah, and I'd like to get a hold of him. If you can help me get a hold of him, I liked his Facebook page and whatnot. That would be great, because I'd like to know more about that. Because what I see missing in the grand jury proceeding, in the common law grand juries, is the enforcement arm of it. Who's going to enforce it?
I think that's what they're working on right now.
That's what I understand as well. So that's awesome, and we've got to pray for them all the time. And this whole fear thing that they feed off fear and anger, and so that's why I put out a little tapping thing. And I just want to say, go to my YouTube channel, everybody, and see the Tapping for Freedom. It's just energy work. It's how we rewire our brain. I believe we create our reality, and so that's why they work so hard to program us with television and media to get us to create their reality for them and agree with them that all is lost. Oh, they're such a force. We'll never be able to win against them.
No, you can see that. I can see that in my own family members. Now, just that one point I'd like to touch on is by me moving out here, I now live off the grid, and I live on well water, on private well, and we've, since my son was born, we've really turned the TV off, and I'll watch some DVR programming, so I don't have to watch the commercials. Those commercials now that are out there have so much propaganda built into them. But I would just like to challenge your listeners to start turning your TV off for days at a time. Make sure you're taking and drinking clean water, and then let 4 or 5 years go by. And what I've seen in my own self and in my wife is that, wow, your senses become more awakened. I hear better. I see better. I'm more conscious of weather patterns, or when the breeze changes. I just feel like I'm more in tune with the world or with nature. And also, I've been strengthening my spirituality and praying more and reading more in the Bible and learning more. And so that's one thing I want to challenge everybody to do is turn the TV off.
Yeah, I'm shocked when I have never been a TV watcher since I was a kid. Probably since college age. I haven't watched television. There's a television here. I don't even know how to turn it on.
Right.
Really.
I talked to a man the other day who hadn't watched television in 15 years, and he turned it on, and I said, "Well, what did you see?" And he said, "I saw sex everywhere." Yeah. He said, "I cannot believe this. How much sex is on television. I'm blown away."
Yeah, I remember I sat down, my friends used to laugh at me. I'd go over to their house and they'd have television on, and I hadn't watched it in so long. I was just shocked. And I go, that's on primetime television? It's like pornography right here in your living room.
Sure.
It's in the propaganda is, like you said, is absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. So yeah, turn off the television and start thinking again, because the TV puts you in an alpha mode where people just take things in. I know people that watch television just like your friend, just to check in and see what the propaganda is, but they watch it with a critical eye. They're not sitting there, like zombies taking it all in.
No, I remember in college I took this advertising class, and there was this chapter in our book about the psychology of advertising, and it touched on charts and graphs and how to sway, and so that class or that little chapter in that advertising book has really stuck with me, and so I can really be analytical while I watch a television commercial or read print ads.
Right.
What exactly are they trying to see to believe?
Exactly. So yeah, Edward Bernays, he was the father of it, how to manipulate people. So let me ask you this about, let's see, where was I going with this? Did you watch any of the live feed last week? It was just a week ago yesterday and this morning of them rounding up the last 4 people at the refuge.
Yeah, I think that footage, I think it's controversial. I saw a live feed of Mr. Fry's at one point where he set the camera up and they were signing talent releases. I don't know if everybody got to see that, but you could hear them talking about just sign here, this is a talent release. And that was a week maybe prior to when they came in there and got them.
Yeah, it's like talent release. Like, since when do you need talent releases?
Right. And so, there's some things that throw some flags up through that. And I know that amount of pressure that they were under at that time. I can't even imagine. That would be a very scary situation, scared for your life. It could be, and all the build up to it.
And lack of sleep.
I met David personally, and I never saw the side of him that was displayed in that live feed there in the end. So I was shocked because this looked like a completely different person. He was so mild and meek and nice. To me, and that was what I got from his personality. So to see him completely flip and become so outspoken and disgruntled, that was a shock to me. And so, some of his grievances, each individual has the right to express their personal opinion. I just don't know if that was, I hope that he was under so much stress. I think that he may have said some things that looking back, he wished he wouldn't have.
Yeah, that could be. And the others and the whole situation, if that was staged. Well, I said if these were crisis actors, if this was staged, well, at least they're hiring a higher caliber of crisis actors because the parents at Sandy Hook couldn't even shed a tear. So they're a much higher caliber actor. And so
I know some people that know Sean and Sandy, and they seem like really genuine, real people.
Yes.
But, at any point, people can become compromised.
That's right. And they may have been real, and they may have been, just trying to hold the fort there. They were instructed to do that. That was the first message that came out from Ammon was hold the fort. I don't know if that's real. It came out, and then he said, go home to your families. So they may have just gotten the first message. And I do agree with David Fry that he said he's done with the movement. He said, where are all the militia? Where are they? Why aren't they here to help us? And yet, I really couldn't disagree. I don't agree with his doctrine, but I couldn't disagree with a lot of the other things he shared. I mean, he's one of those people to me that can't compartmentalize. He's one of those sensitive people that if we really look at how horrible things are in the world, we would be in tears all day long and upset. But we are able to compartmentalize it and go on with our lives and have a little joy in the day and whatnot. And he's the type of brain chemistry that apparently isn't able to do that most of the time, especially when he's under stress. So I don't know if whatever it was, they sure played it just right to draw Cliven up there. But like I said to Carol Bundy, I said, Cliven had to be miserable sitting here. Survivor's guilt with Lavoie dead, Ammon and Ryan and all these other people in jail. He had to be miserable sitting here. So I actually think he's probably a little happier in jail right now.
Well, I don't know about that, as far as him being happier in jail. But, at least he made his point known, and he did go. I would have advised him against it. I wouldn't have walked into the lion's den. I think that battle was over. It's time to regroup and focus our energies and talents and resources in not a completely other direction, but through a different manner.
Absolutely. Well, I called Skipper at the ranch that afternoon and said, "Where are you guys?" And he said, "Oh, we're at the ranch." And I go, "Oh, great," because I'm reading that you're supposed to be traveling with Michelle Fiore up to Oregon. He goes, "No, yeah, we were invited. He was invited, but he declined to go and stuff, and we advised against it." And he just went on a whim. Just it got too much for him and left and didn't feel the setup that was there. So yeah, it's a shame. I mean, he's on the no-fly list. So how do you get out of McCarran? They wanted him in the Portland district because that's where they can completely control the judiciary.
Sure. It makes all the sense. And sometimes you have to outthink your adversary. And I think that was a poor decision. I don't want to see anybody wrongfully locked up, but when you walk into their trap, now all we can do is pray and allocate resources and hope that I think he's going to be returned to Nevada on Friday. So at least he'll be back in his home state then.
Oh, that'd be great.
That's where his charges are all from, are from Nevada.
Yeah, and they're ridiculous charges. A firearms charge?
He never carried a gun.
I
Who did he assault?
No one. They're just they're going to say, "Oh, it was conspiracy. He incited all these other people to, and they were just standing up to tyranny." And let's make this point. This is driving me crazy. If one more person says federal overreach, I think I'm going to hurt someone. I mean, overreach. That's like saying, "Oh, you didn't say please when you said pass the biscuits." I mean, what?
That's when your waiter, sticks his hand in front of you to pick up your plate.
Exactly.
He sticks his way beyond overreach.
Yeah, this is tyranny, plain and simple. Yeah, I know. Thank you. I'm so glad you agree with me on that. So, all right, and I think a letter writing campaign. We need. I've got Jason Patrick's address. But we got to start a letter writing campaign to everybody too, just to give them something to do.
I believe that I posted all the people who are wrongfully imprisoned right now on Save Our American Rancher Facebook page, and there's many their numbers, their addresses, and how to reach and contact and provide financial assistance or whatever. I believe I posted that last night. There are also many other people out there that are posting and staying abreast as best they can with what's going on. So, look up one of those groups, get in one of them, stay focused, stay poised. There's one thing that, that every morning are kind of my marching orders, so to speak. And that was a message that I received from LaVoy. He sent me a text message the day he died. And I didn't get it till the day after because I have poor phone service where I live. And so I actually received it on Wednesday, January 27th at 3:14 p.m.
Oh, that must have been a very emotional text message.
I headed to get my mail, and at which point I cross an area of the Continental Divide where my phone gets signal again. And I looked down, and I had a message from LaVoy, and it was one of those moments where, I don't know, I guess I haven't had very many in my life, but I know my jaw was wide open, my breathing, my heart rate elevated, and I actually started to cry reading this message. And it took, even though I know that that's the case with my phone, and I understand, but I was in such shock that it took me probably 5 minutes to realize. By the time I read the message and called my wife to tell her, I was like, okay, that's why I got it, now instead of yesterday. And so, if you don't mind, I'll just read that text message.
No, that's on my list of things to do here today. So go right ahead, Adrian. You brought it up at the perfect time. Thank you.
And it says, this is from LaVoy, like I said, Wednesday, January 27th. I received it at 3:14 p.m. Just checking in on you to see if all is well. Hope your wife and children are well. Let us know if you need any support. Now that you are engaged, it is probably the safest course to stay engaged and win the hearts of the locals. Then you will have close allies. Again, please let us know if you need any physical support. Stay armed, stay safe. Sincerely, your other dad, LaVoy.
Well, if you can talk after that, go right ahead, because I can't.
So, that's what I go by every day. And then so that's my MO.
Well, I think
I know that that sets the perfect course. That doesn't just apply to me. That applies to each and every person that is aware of what's going on and that believes in the continuance of LaVoy's legacy, the trail that he was blazing. And so I think it's very important for us to all realize that when you are informed, it's important to inform your neighbor, inform your family members, and since we're all engaged, to stay engaged and to stay safe and to keep going. Don't let fear and stuff scare you from continuing this message and fighting for freedom. That's what LaVoy wanted. He wanted us all to stand and fight.
Well, I have to continue to give LaVoy and Jeanette, amazing amount of admiration here and support, because here they cut their financial legs out from them by kidnapping the foster children from them. Yeah. And I think, and that was a message to them to count the costs, sit down and shut up. But righteous men are hard to intimidate.
Yeah.
And so he kept going. And
righteous he was.
Yes.
In every degree.
Yeah, I and the family to have 11, children, grown children, of course, but in 19 grandchildren without this man. He was only 55 years old and in perfect health, strong, perfect health. I mean, he would live to be, 85, 90 or beyond. I mean, they stole so much from this family.
Yes. So, now when you start counting the cost, you see what the Finnecums have lost, you see what the Hammonds have lost, and these are real people, and they're just common, God-fearing, warm-blooded Americans who their freedoms are being annihilated, their lives are being taken, they're being imprisoned. It's so radical that I can't even fathom that this is going on. I mean, every day it's a reality check. But what is going on?
It seems like it's surreal, isn't it?
It is. It is. And, I don't know. It maybe why so many people aren't engaged is because it takes a lot of energy to engage in this. It really does.
Oh, it's incredible. It's a full-time job just keeping up on the news of it and what's going on.
Sure. And every day, I don't know what the twist is going to be today. I haven't been on social media because that's the only place that there's any news at all. Mm-hmm. Shows like you, and then I know Michael Lynch. He's really fighting hard, especially for the Bundys right now, to try to bring awareness to their cause.
Right, Dennis Michael Lynch, right?
Yeah, so, I mean, the sources are very limited. But like I was saying, who knows what the twist will be today? Because each and every day it's been something, unbelievable.
I know, it's like, it's incredible. So it's time really to continue to be in faith. I had someone almost calling me in tears the other night, saying that all is lost and he's so angry and upset. And I go, pull yourself together. This is just the first round. I mean, this isn't over. It took the founding fathers 15 years before they went to war, before Lexington and Concord. And so we're just in the initial stages here. And I know the way that they're ramping this up against us and locking things down, that they see it as the end game too. They're very, very worried. So they must feel how tenuous their hold on us is. Else they wouldn't be going to these measures to put this uprising, rebellion, revolution down.
Right. And many of us, like you said, it took 15 years before they went to war. And so a lot of people that are heavily engaged now won't be here for that. And let's hope it never comes to that. But, I know someone's legacy, LaVoy's legacy, will never be forgotten. my legacy, the things, the roles I played, they'll be overlooked and overshadowed, and already are by the Finnecum sacrifice, by Jeanette's sacrifice, by his sons and daughters' sacrifice, and for what he gave us, and what, you know, they lent us to him, this whole cause, and God bless them, and I thank them from the bottom. I thank them every day. We are one of his family members, and I know that the boy was definitely chosen for this task, and I know that he fully embraced it, with all that he believed in, and with that, you know, with all his spirituality and love for country, and LaVoy's legacy and LaVoy himself will never ever be forgotten.
No, I will take my remembrance of him into eternity.
Yeah, me too. Me too. And a lot of other people will too. I was so amazed at the outpouring of support, you know, from Washington State to Washington, D.C., and from, you know, other countries and every state in the union. You know, there were so many memorials and things dedicated to him, and still are. There's a nationwide protest March 5th. There's a national group. You can look into that.
Right.
Join it. That's one way you can start to stand up. Peaceful protest. Join one of these protests on March 5th. That'd be a great way to show your support.
Right. Yeah. Let's you know, continue to wake up our friends and neighbors, and just know that we can win this thing. We really can. And we're in a very dark hour, but I believe that the light is being shown here, and that they are not invincible. Otherwise, they wouldn't be putting down such a jackbooted offense in Burns right now.
Sure.
I mean, it doesn't call for that. I mean, you'd think they've done something a little lower key or something, but no, to have this show of power just tells me how tenuous they feel like this is.
You know, and now that the standoff, so to speak, the protest has ended, you know, there's not much light being shed on what's going on in Burns. Well, somebody from the media really needs to get up there and document the aftermath. It's just as important and viable, you know, from the beginning up until the very end. And I know that Mr. Davis has told me that it's going to be 30 to 60 days, they're saying, before they ever leave.
Wow.
Well, I don't understand that.
Yeah. Why? Because it just, you know, we live in opposite land, Adrian. Whatever they say, it's the opposite. If they're there for peace, you know they're not there for peace. If they're there for your safety, you know they're not there for you. Just look 180 degrees and you're going to see the truth of the matter. And so they've lied about this thing the whole time. And, you know, you can tell, even the fact that they're over there planting evidence right now while we speak at the wildlife refuge, and trying to say, oh, they dug latrines near, and they're the ones that desecrate, you know, Indian artifacts. I mean, it's ridiculous. Right. And so I know the reason they kept the grand jury secret, you know, and wouldn't let them attend their own grand jury proceeding, was because and kept the charges sealed. It's because they don't have any charges. They're making them up as they go.
Sure.
Yeah, it's really disturbing. But hopefully light will be shined on this, and I believe that there's an almighty, all that is, source, whatever you want to call it, that is in charge of all this, and we need to agree with him. I don't know what your Bible says, but my Bible says, as a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. And that when we pray and ask, believe that we've received. So we need to get a victorious mindset here, and not that we're going to, you know, that we're all that. We need to be humble about it, but know that there's a power in us that's connected to this almighty, you know, that's put us here. That's my take on it.
I completely agree.
All right. Oh my gosh, you give me a swell head.
Right, I don't care what you call him, but, you know, please be lifting up prayers.
Right. Well,
now is the time to be in prayer.
Exactly, and pray from a point of victory, and believe that the Almighty is going to show His hand here. We have seen it over and over again. You know, we're coming up on short strokes. I didn't know how long you'd be able to take with me today, but I so appreciate your time. I know you're heavily involved here, and you know your family's not there, and you've got a ranch to run. And man, so you sleeping between like 2 a.m. and 4:30, or?
Basically, yes. Finally can wind down, and I feel like all the news is over. At about 2. That's just kind of the time it's been time to lay down at that point. So, just trying to stay up on it every day. Like I said, every day it changes. Who knows what today will bring?
Well, Adrian, I got to, off the cuff here a little bit. I've got to say, when I met you, I was like just trying to go, who is this guy? I know this face. Do you get the fact that you look like Gary Sinise all the time?
No. I get Blake Shelton a lot.
Oh, Blake, I can see that too. Okay. Yeah, they kind of look alike too.
I say, of course, I'm better looking than Blake Shelton.
Oh, of course you are. Of course you are. Oh, that's great. Okay, so everybody, we want to go over your website again. It's Save Our American Ranchers. Go to that Facebook page, like it. Now, I was getting off Facebook. I was going to end my account, and then the Bundy Ranch happened. And so I said, all right, if I'm in for a penny, I'm in for a pound. And so now I'm using it as a platform. It saves the government money. They don't have to surveil me in other ways. I'm right there, open and notorious for them. So go on, everybody, get back on Facebook. Save Our American Ranchers. Let's support each other and support what Adrian's doing here. Adrian, your courage impresses me. I'm so happy that you had an opportunity to meet Lavoy in person, and just for your role in this entire thing. Let us continue to be in touch, and let me know what we can do to support you, okay?
Thank you. God bless you.
All right. Take care. Okay, we're going to wrap that up.
All right.
Yep, that's it. Well, we came pretty close to the end there, everybody. We almost had it timed right, so thank you, Mark. I appreciate your bearing with me on these technical issues again tonight. So thank you so much. And that's a brave young man.
Hey, no problem. Can you hear me or not?
I can.
I'm getting a whole lot of feedback.
Okay, let me turn down my volume here and see if that'll be better. How's this better?
Let me check. Check. 1, 2. Yeah, it's flipping right back on me.
Okay, take it down a little more. Hold on. I'll move my mic over here.
All right. So I mean, now you done the interview, what the hell you think about all this? Because we need to eat up 10 minutes or 6 minutes anyway.
Well, my thought is I really thought that what Shauna Cox has filed, and that's pretty interesting. Let me see. I'll get somebody's response to that. Her affirmative defenses, and someone that one of the law dogs said that she probably would have done well to consult with some experts on affidavits before filing such. At the first sign of conjecture in an affidavit or anything that smells like conjecture, it's not personal first-hand experience.
Well, yeah, she definitely needs to be getting a civil rights attorney, because they're going to jump all over this. This is like pre-advertising for any kind of civil rights attorney, so everybody needs to really kind of back up and calm down for a minute.
Yeah. I mean, $666 billion, for acts of the devil.
Yeah, exactly. And that's gonna throw every conspiracy theorist on the planet into some kind of tizzy. You know this as well as I know this.
Yeah, I know it's pretty amazing that they're but you have this Mormon culture, and I think next week's show may be some people looking into the whole Mormon culture. And not that all Mormons are into it, but it certainly has that Masonic overtone to it. I mean, all the symbolism and stuff associated with Mormonism is Masonic. And so I think, hey, Sacred Cow Barbecue, we don't care who we offend. We're gonna roll that out. So I think that's what we're going to be talking about next week. But you know, I'm still.
And do remember the word that David Fry brought everybody out with was hallelujah.
Yeah, I know everybody's shouting hallelujah. So, Hawk, what did you think of that? Did you think that was staged? I think it was.
No, it wasn't staged. I don't think it was staged. I'm not. I am a little suspicious of certain political figures that came in at the last moment.
Yeah, so I'm wondering the timing of it. It wasn't staged from those four people's point of view.
No, but do realize that that people in. I'm always suspicious of anybody in a political arena, and we see a lot of people in political arenas that are up for re-election right now, and they're hanging their hats on some stuff, and so it just has to, I just have to wonder. I just have to wonder who's hanging their hat, on a political basis with some of the people that we have seen, and I'm not going to name any names.
Well, I just hate that too. I really do. I mean, you're there for a humanitarian effort, and you have to politic around it. But you know how I feel about politics. Poly means many, and ticks mean blood-sucking creatures. So
yeah, right. And one of those specific people, I was kind of looking over all of that history or her history yesterday, and I'm like, okay, wait a minute. We got Showgirl. We got Showgirl. We got a singer and a band. We got somebody that see what I'm trying to say without naming names?
Yeah, I know. Some people. I know. Well, I'm real close to being a volunteerist here. I understand that giving people power over other people is wrong. I'm with the volunteers. No masters, no slaves.
Right. So
it's a crazy thing that we're dealing with here. It really is. It's Scalia. The timing of Scalia is that a coincidence to you?
I don't think it's a coincidence at all. I think he was taken out. I have. It is way too suspicious. How does a major political figure just die, and their doctor not only not do an autopsy but refuse to do one?
I know, and he's not home. And then they're gonna cremate him so he can't be exhumed and done later. Yeah, exactly. I'm telling you, these are criminals of the highest order. They really are. But the thing about these judges, everybody knows the name of Gabby Gifford, but who knows John Roll? They off a federal judge in that Tucson shooting. I mean, a federal judge ruling constitutionally. That was a huge message to the judiciary. Don't get started with this constitutional stuff.
Yeah. Well, this has all been a huge message. Don't mess with the federal government.
Yeah.
Do you
agree that this huge show of power in Burns is because they're worried?
Yeah, pretty much. Well, they're scared to death. And as soon as all the blacks and whites and Mexicans and everybody realizes they're staring down the same barrel, they're going to get together, and that scares the crap out of them.
Exactly. Okay, Hawk, thank you so much.
All right.
Everybody, run over to Revolution Radio, freedomslips.com.
All right, so there you go. Let me see if I can figure out where the hell I'm at, because I'm lost. There we go. All right, guys, I'm going to get up and off of the air right now. I'm really kind of tired. I was going to do some call-ins tonight, but maybe we'll do that tomorrow, and you can all plan on it. Because generally, I'll put up the number, and nobody will call. Why is there a number? Why is there a number on there? What am I going to call about? I don't know. Call in about whatever the hell you want to call in about. All the drama in Oregon is pretty much over right now until we get to the court sessions. So, I'm not like some of these other channels. I'm not going to sit up here and make up news. or anything. So I'm just going back to what I've always done. Not on the YouTube channel. The YouTube channel is new, but you know what I've always done on the radio station at freedomslips.com is just go back to educating people in one way or another, giving you the information or enough information for you to go do research for yourself and figure all this stuff out for yourself. Because, you know, I'm not a preacher, I'm not a leader, I'm not anything except for I try to be an educator to a degree. But, you know, I got my own slant too, so, you know, I'm not going to show you a whole bunch of liberal education videos, of course, but, you know, you can go chase all this stuff down yourself. But anyway, that being said, I'll talk to you guys later. You know, y'all have a great night, or a great evening, or a great morning, wherever in the world you happen to be, and I will talk to you later. Buffering out.